Chapter 1842. Lu Xiaoyi's sword light was like a tidal wave. He took care of all three of them. This was because he wanted to find out the order of his attacks in their first encounter. One person wielding hundreds of thousands of sword light, with different Dao realms, different echelons, and different combinations of tactics. Even if three swordsmen attacked at the same time, it would be impossible to tell that they were all from the same person. It was still the twitching movement that made people feel uncomfortable. It was like an old car with a faulty engine. You would never know what would happen next. Would the brakes fail? Would the steering lose control? Would it be reverse gear? Or lying down? Because he didn't know, he couldn't predict it at all. Even so, the attacks of the three exterior prodigies could still accurately find him. It was just that the efficiency of their attacks was greatly reduced. The three of them made the same choice and attacked in a wide range. This was also the best way to deal with the elusive swordsman. At least they wouldn't be unable to catch him, but they would also lose the ability to focus. In their first encounter, they were fighting for the advantage of being the main attacker. Whoever retreated would hand over the initiative to someone else. Since he was worthy of being called a prodigy, his intuition in battle was not bad. He was the least affected by the spiritual attack of the undead spirit. The undead spirit's Dao realm was also within his range of knowledge. This meant that he was basically immune to this person's attacks. The other two were more unfamiliar. One was tame head and the other was ancient sorcery. The ancient sorcery was more direct and was similar to being possessed by God. He was also the one who wanted to get close to Lu Xiaoyi the most. However, he obviously didn't expect that the three of them would be the first to encounter the swordsman. With his speed, it was difficult for him to catch up with the swordsman. Black magic was a type of witchcraft. The characteristics of black magic were bad luck, poor physical condition, abnormal temper or personality, auditory hallucinations, inexplicable bruises on the body, teeth marks on both sides of the tongue, abnormal muscle twitching, the feeling of insects crawling on the skin, inexplicable abdominal pain, weakness in the whole body, black lines in the whites of the eyes, etc. The so-called black magic was the use of some kind of poison or insect as a tool to secretly affect the target and make the target act according to one's will. The tools included the so-called 5 poisons: snakes, centipedes, scorpions, spiders, toads, or geckos, needles, lead, special divine oil, and so on. When casting the spell, one generally needed to obtain the target's birth date and other similar basic information. Of course, when one's realm reached a certain level, they could also ignore it. There were different ways to cast spells, such as live summon, using a living creature to cast spells, death summon, turning the creature into powder or liquid, direct summon, using the creature to cast spells directly on the target, remote casting, using smoke or fire to cast spells from a distance, and so on. What this person used to attack was live summon from a distance. The living creature he used was an extremely rare type of invisible vacuum nematode. It was as thin as a cow's hair, but it could break through one's qi-gang and was all-pervasive. The target would not be aware of it, and then it would slowly take effect, making it impossible to guard against. Just one of these creatures was already very powerful and was a good tool for sneaking up on people. However, this black magic master in front of him had hundreds of them at once. Such a dense area also made it difficult for Lu Xiaoyi to move in a small area. He could only move in a large area to completely avoid them. He had no idea whether his own qi-gang could repel these creatures, and he would not seek confirmation. The best way was to kill him first. If he couldn't solve the problem, then he would kill the person who created the problem first. This guy was also very self-aware, so he hid the furthest away. Did he think that he would be safe just because he was far away? After testing the waters, he began to retreat as he moved. It seemed that he was impatient with the combined attacks of the three of them. In fact, he was looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity for the three of them to form a straight line. After a few turns, an opportunity appeared. With a shake of his body, he disappeared from where he was, leaving only the dragon-like sword qi that concealed his figure. What was concealed was only the vision, but he had disappeared from the perception of the three of them in the divine sense. This was the space escape. What surprised the three of them was that there was actually someone who could use the space escape technique in an instant while moving at high speed. However, they were not in a hurry, because there were advantages and disadvantages to entering the dimensional space during a battle. The advantage was that they could gain a short respite, but the disadvantage was that when they came out, they would definitely be attacked first. They did not think enough and did not realize that since the opponent could escape into the dimensional space in an instant, he could also escape out in an instant. Just as the three of them were using the Space Dao realm to track him, Lu Xiaoyi had moved from the front of the three of them to the back. Because of the position, the ancient wizard warrior and the necromancer interfered with each other and could not fully display their abilities. It was also at this critical moment that all the sword light in the sky converged and slashed down again. The black magic master who was closest to him was greatly shocked. How could he escape in time? His methods were mainly sneak attacks. Under the head-on collision of the majestic sword light, he could not even find a slightly effective defensive method. The only way was to use the substitution technique of black magic. However, this kind of substitution technique was very useful against the Dharma cultivator's forbidden art, but it was not very effective against the continuous attacks of the flying sword. Substitution was useless once. Lu Xiaoyi had a series of flying swords waiting for him here. The other two geniuses of the exterior were very determined to rescue him, but Lu Xiaoyi was even more determined than them. He faced them head-on, even ignoring the black magic master who was still sacrificing himself behind him. This kind of madness was somewhat beyond reason. However, when he drew his sword and faced the ancient wizard warrior head-on, a celestial phenomenon of Dao disappearance rose behind him. Such determination and willpower finally defeated the two opponents in front of him. What kind of monster was this? There were many advantages to fighting fiercely, but the premise was that you had to be ruthless all the time. If you gave up halfway, you might as well admit defeat and defend from the beginning. They thought they were ruthless, but they met someone who was even more ruthless than them. When the celestial phenomenon of Dao disappearance rose, a trace of hesitation inevitably arose in the hearts of the remaining two people. Hesitation and indecisiveness in a battle were courting death. The dead spirit body hesitated, and only the ancient wizard warrior bore the brunt of the attack. Seeing the swordsman approaching like the Grim Reaper with a huge celestial phenomenon of Dao disappearance behind him, his fighting spirit was gone and his willpower was taken away. He began to regret his battle with the swordsman and complained about his companion's cowardice. He could only grit his teeth and endure. At least he knew that turning around and running away now was courting death. However, such a drastic change in the state of mind would definitely cause a gap to appear in the perception of the state of mind. He did not expect that such a brave, fearless, and ambitious sword cultivator would have a hidden dark side behind the dignified front, even though he clearly had the momentum to fight in close quarters. A sneak attack sword pierced from behind, causing a fatal flaw to appear in the ancient wizard warrior's state of mind as he focused all his attention on the front. Usually, he would not be so careless in a battle. However, after this battle, he felt strange and very uncomfortable. His skills were crumpled and his tactics were not coherent. It was as if he had been bewitched. Was the swordsman still planning to kill him by maintaining a distance and releasing his flying sword? Just as he thought of this and was about to respond, the swordsman had suddenly closed in on him, the long sword in his hand swinging unsteadily. There was no way to fight this battle. Chapter 1843. When Lu Xiaoyi looked at the last exterior cultivator, the battle was already over. Which was more important, the future or life? That was the question. He could jump out of the Milky Way, which was equivalent to giving up his rights. Other than not being able to return to the tug-of-war team, he could actually go anywhere. He could return to the mother planet, the exterior realm, and travel around the main world. The only problem was that he could no longer gain the respect of the exterior realm geniuses. Of course, the interior realm geniuses wouldn't either. He would become an abandoned person. Because he became a deserter in the first battle, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he didn't just lose face for himself. At the critical moment, it depended on one's temperament. Sometimes, the so-called hero was forced to be like this. Only 1 in a billion could reach this step. My fellow Taoist, your sword skills are unparalleled, and you fight bravely. I deeply admire you. However, when it comes to the Great Way, you won't shrink back. I still have one more path, please correct me. His figure turned illusory, and the dead spirit merged into the netherworld. This was the fusion of the acquired path of the netherworld and the innate path of impermanence. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Under the Great Way, there was no mercy. Giving up oneself might not help others. At this moment, the dead spirit Taoist finally adjusted his mentality and faced his opponent with the mood of the last battle of his life. Instead, he broke out his strongest state. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? If these 3 people had this mentality at the beginning, at least Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't have won so easily. Out of respect for his opponent, Lu Xiaoyi didn't hold back. He let him see what the real Shenyuan swordsmanship was. The Milky Way trembled, the sky shook, and the sword roared. Because of the sword light, the Milky Way looked brighter to the inner and exterior realm cultivators who were tug-of-war outside. Although they didn't know the details, they could imagine the intensity of the battle inside. 3 against 1, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. This was really not a good thing for the exterior realm cultivators. Among the 43 pairs of exterior realm cultivators, this team of 3 was very mediocre. This was the common understanding of the exterior realm cultivators. The orthodoxies of the 3 didn't have the foundation to cooperate with each other, so they could only rely on themselves. However, even though they were fighting in the small Milky Way, the cultivators outside didn't stop their tug-of-war for even a moment. Instead, they worked even harder. The heavenly geniuses of the interior realm wanted to buy time for Lu Xiaoyi, while the heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm wanted to pull the river out as soon as possible. It was common knowledge that interior cultivators were ranked according to their strength. The leading swordsman was extremely powerful, but the interior cultivators behind him might not be. Therefore, pulling more people into the Milky Way and getting involved in the war was the right thing to do. As the 2 sides became more serious, the long flag moved even faster towards the direction of the exterior. Their absolute advantage in numbers was now fully displayed, suppressing the marching monk Qing Xian and the others to the point of being unable to speak. Lu Xiaoyi's first cue took 15 minutes. Now, it seemed that even if the marching monk used all his strength, he might not be able to fulfill his promise. A tug-of-war like this would limit a cultivator's special abilities, making the situation complicated and confusing. Seeing that he was involuntarily moving towards the Milky Way, the monk was a little depressed. He actually went back on his words in front of his enemy. This made him very uncomfortable. The only good thing was that he didn't have to face this kind of awkwardness for the time being. By the time the swordsman came out, he would have already entered. The Prince of Destruction of the Western Paradise, Duan Li, comforted him. It doesn't matter. It's good that you're going in. If we wait for that guy to finish off his opponents every time, won't we become pure coolies? Anyway, I can't promise you anything after you enter. I still want to meet these so-called heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss today, where else can we find such opponents? The marching monk was about 100 feet away from the small Milky Way. He collected his emotions, threw the unpleasant factor to the back of his mind, and prepared for battle. This was for the sake of the interior realm, and he was also a member of the interior realm. This wasn't the time to pay attention to personal grudges. He had to look at the big picture, otherwise he would be looked down upon by the entire group of heavenly geniuses of the interior realm. A cultivator who didn't care about the big picture and only satisfied his own selfish desires would never be respected by others. This would also bring disaster to the orthodoxy of the domain behind him. Doing things one's own way also depended on the occasion. Just when everyone thought that the situation was set, the Milky Way surged and a figure appeared from a wave. A Taoist priest stood on the top of the wave and bowed to the crowd with a smile on his face. He asked in a loud voice, "Mighty Immortal, where should I go?" The white eye didn't answer him. Instead, the entire long rope was twisted and returned to the state when the tug-of-war began. Obviously, this was the rule of the ungrateful wolf. If they won the battle, they would win back the rope they had lost. Everyone started anew, and all the hard work of the exterior realm would be in vain. Lu Xiaoyi returned to his position as the vanguard leisurely. His face was full of pride, but in his heart, he realized that the ungrateful wolf still let him be the vanguard. It seemed that the ungrateful wolf took good care of him. It wouldn't be over if he didn't take out his treasures. Unfortunately, the 3 heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm weren't strong enough to force him to reveal his true strength. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the 3 heavenly geniuses had died in the Milky Way and couldn't come out. The Frog Prince of the interior realm was indeed worthy of his reputation. 1 against 3 in less than a quarter of a minute. To achieve this, it could be said that his strength was overwhelming, right? Everyone was very dissatisfied. The heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm were dissatisfied. Under such rules, wouldn't they have to face this guy every time? If 3 people couldn't take him down, how could 2 people fight? Excluding the strongest teams of the exterior realm, wouldn't the others be sending their heads to him? 1 against 1. Was such a rule reasonable? Wasn't it a competition of overall strength? The heavenly geniuses of the interior realm were also dissatisfied. In such a big scene, you're performing a one-man show by yourself. Everyone else is just a spectator, and you're the protagonist. The stage of Tian Dao was for everyone, not for one person to be a hero. They were all elites. Once Lu Xiaoyi came out, they each had their own judgment on how to use the rules to win this tug of war. Obviously, it was impossible to rely on pure strength. Now, the heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm had already lost 3 people. If this continued for a few more rounds, they might be able to reach a balance. The heavenly geniuses of the interior realm were at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but in terms of fighting, they had a big advantage. After a short pause, the tug of war continued, but everything became somewhat inexplicable. The direction of the long flag was no longer moving towards the heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm, but towards the heavenly geniuses of the interior realm. Was it because of the loss of the 3 heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm? Or was their morale hit? Or was it because the heavenly geniuses of the interior realm were in high spirits? Was that why they turned the tables? No. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that this was a deliberate move by the heavenly geniuses of the exterior realm. They deliberately lost with the sole purpose of avoiding him. On the contrary, the heavenly geniuses of the interior realm also thought the same. Once the 2 sides met, Lu Xiaoyi became the villain who was excluded. Should he cry? Or laugh? But there was one thing. The ingrate probably didn't expect this to happen. He would have to go through more trouble to find out about his past. Chapter 1844. Qingkong, Mount Xiao. The invaders began to disperse and break out. As for whether they could meet up after they got out, that was another matter. Now that the fire was burning their eyebrows, they couldn't care so much. Before breaking out, the 40 young gods joined forces to do one thing: a large-scale earth entrapment forbidden technique. Together with the large-scale RNI divine fire, they turned Mount Xiao into hell on earth. As the earth shook, magma spewed out, increasing the intensity of the fire. This was the advantage of fighting in the enemy's territory. They could do whatever they wanted. They had 2 goals. First, they had to completely destroy the source of Xuanyuan's sword vein to achieve their goal of attacking Mount Xiao. The other goal was to crack Xuanyuan's Dao Jiao and melt the tens of thousands of years of snow on Mount Xiao to provide the conditions for the subsequent use of the dimensional space. Xuanyuan's countermeasure was cold-blooded and cruel. They completely carried out Bu Lian's orders and didn't waste any energy on putting out the fire. Instead, they focused on killing as usual. Just a few breaths before the Hung He group left, several young gods died in the large-scale forbidden technique. This included the name of the Grand Priest of the Hung River. This also included several earth shamans. They had to pay the price for destroying. The heavens were clear. Bu Lian was experienced in fighting. She shouted, "They're going to disperse and break out. Pay attention, each of you target your own target. I'll settle the score with whoever loses track of them." In the current situation, there were only 38 young gods left on Hung his side. They were scattered in all directions and needed to intercept each other. This was actually not a good tactic. Surrounding 3 and missing 1 was the essence of the art of war. If all of them were surrounded, it would be easy to make a desperate move. Under normal circumstances, this kind of encirclement should be to destroy a portion of them as soon as possible and then catch up with the other portion. However, Shenyuan gave up on rescuing their own sect in order not to let any of them escape. In a short period of time, several young gods made a strict division of labor according to the opponent's situation. Shenyuan now had 25 teams of 100 Yuanying swordsmen, each led by a few perfected monarch swordsmen. They were responsible for 25 young gods. Each of the 5 Shenyuan young gods was responsible for 1. The other 8 young gods were each served by 2 primordial spirit swordsmen. In a short period of time, they even differentiated the strength of these young spirits. Events like the grand ceremony of Hang River were basically dealt with by the young spirit led by Guanshan and the primordial spirit led by Biyu Lian. Experts like Le Feng, Guang Ming, Zhu Fan, and Song Rong were all arranged for their strongest opponents. As for the sun god insects, individual visitors, and great shamans, they were taken over by the Yuanying team. The personnel were all in place, and everyone had their own clear goals. You just had to keep an eye on the people you were responsible for. The advantage of doing this was that if no one was pulled in, no one could leave easily. The swordsmen did not care about the calamity of Mount Xiao because they were preparing for this. In a short period of time measured in breaths, they simply couldn't care about anything else. Biyu Lian had fully demonstrated her nature as the craziest woman in Shenyuan Empire. The battle in Mount Yi was indeed the fiercest and cruelest of the 3 great battles that were going on right now. Even now, the 5th ring was still dawdling. Everyone was playing guerrilla warfare and hide-and-seek. As the main battlefield, Hung River was even more leisurely. Everyone was doing cultivation research on the problem of the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Only on Mount Xiao, where the battle had lasted less than a moment, thousands of insects had already died, and more than 10 young gods had been killed. This terrifying rhythm came from the swordsman's focus. They didn't think about anything except killing people. The 38 young gods split into 38 streams of light and rushed toward the sword formation from different directions. They were also betting on what method Shenyuan would use to intercept them. Some unlucky ones might suffer great losses in the face of the sword formation's frontal pressure, but the others would have the opportunity to rush into the sword formation. As long as the sword formation was in chaos, everyone would have a chance. But they guessed wrong again. This was not a sword formation at all. It was a tit-for-tat confrontation with a predetermined target. In just a moment of contact, the sky above Mount Xiao was divided into 38 groups, each fighting their own way and rushing back and forth in the narrow atmosphere. Only then did the Hung River group realize that it wasn't them who were fighting to the death, but these crazy swordsmen. From the young gods to the Yuanying, they only had one goal: to kill their opponents in the shortest time possible. They didn't care about their own lives at all. They were starting to get their comeuppance for destroying Mount Xiao. They were facing a pack of wolves who had lost their home. A young spirit insect fiercely bit off the head of a Yuanying realm swordsman who rushed up to fight it in close combat. However, it could dodge one, but it couldn't dodge the long sword of another Yuanying realm swordsman, followed by the sword light of dozens of Yuanying realm swordsmen. Under the sword light, there were more swordsmen pouncing on it with sword. A lone traveler futilely defended against the joint attack of hundreds of swordsmen. No matter which direction he ran in, there would be swordsmen waiting for him. Amidst the chaos, one of the Yin Master's flying swords managed to successfully launch an attack. What followed was an endless rain of swords. By the time he was reborn in another region, there were already dozens of sword cultivators waiting for him. They surrounded him and attacked him once more. More sword cultivators were still rushing over. Forbidden techniques were almost useless. He didn't even have the time to focus on killing one, because as long as he exerted a little strength, what awaited him would be a wave of swords from other directions. This cycle repeated over and over again. In his rebirth, the past and future were constantly being poked and prodded. The Earth Shamans had the most people, but they were also the group with the least experience in dealing with swordsmen. He had been away from the origin world's cultivation world for too long, and his years of experience in internal strife were not suitable for the current situation. He felt that these origin world's cultivators were even more barbaric than the barbarians of the origin world. Did they have any trace of the origin world's great Tao? As a sacrificial puppet, Emperor Yi had greater strength and broader knowledge. Two young primordial soul swordsmen surrounded him. Although they looked young, their battle experience was not inferior to those old swordsmen who had been famous for a long time. In addition, they had the vitality and imagination of young people, which made it difficult for a young spirit to deal with them. He was best at the nuisance art. In the mortal world, the nuisance art was also known as Great Nuisance, Jumping Nuisance, and commonly known as Ghost Show or Jumping Ghost Face. This was something that had been passed down to the mortal world. It still existed in some ancient and ignorant realms, but it had long lost the true essence of the nuisance art of the ancient shamans. The real shamans, who had status and strength in the tribe, had to know the nuisance art. Only then could they lead the faith in the direction of the tribe's worship and gather the tribe's cohesive force, thus producing a series of magical abilities. Therefore, his escape was not as direct as Cultivator 10 in the main world. Instead, it was more like he was dancing and running. The nuisance art was also known as the nuisance dance. It referred to the external manifestation of their witchcraft. It was very new to the swordsman, and it was the first time he had seen it. In Emperor Yi's dance, it was as if heaven and earth had become his dance partner, and the stars had fallen for his dance talent. It was a perfect combination with nature, performing an ancient song of life. In this state, the flying sword could not cause any harm to Emperor Yi, because he now represented nature. When the flying sword slashed at nature, there would naturally be heaven and earth, and these stars would bear the power of the flying sword for him. It was very magical. Chapter 1845. Senior Apprentice Sister, it's really not easy to be able to dance to such heights. Zhu Fan did not forget to tease her in the midst of the battle. Bu Lian snorted coldly. Acting mysterious. Even if he really becomes an immortal, he'll still be buried here today. Little Fan, you use yin and yang, I'll use samsara. Let's see what this guy's roots are. A grown man dancing like a gorilla. It's really disgusting. Guan Shan's opponent was Yishan Khan. As the current leader of the young gods, he had the most important and strongest Hung River cultivator as his opponent. This was the only benefit he had as the lead young god. He and Guan Du were from the same generation. In the end, both of them could become young gods. This was also a legend in the Dome Peak. But in reality, he had advanced earlier than Guan Du. It was just that he liked to travel and spent most of his time outside. He did not want to take care of things. But in terms of strength and knowledge, he was not weaker than Guan Du at all. In fact, he was even stronger, so no one dared to compete with him. Most importantly, he had been to Hung River Jia. He had checked out the Hung River cultivators. It was just that he had done it secretly and was not as ostentatious as Lu Xiaoyi. This kind of experience allowed him to easily deal with the Hung River cultivators. In less than 100 breaths of time, he had already killed Yishan Khan twice. It was only because of his wrong judgment in the past that this guy had survived until now. He did not plan on leaving him alive. Shenyuan did not care about this. A dead opponent was a good opponent. This was the wisdom of the Crow ancestor. The pressure had always been maintained at the highest level. The frenzy of flying swords had never stopped. This was also what he had reminded everyone. Hung River Jia had some ability in the Tao of space. But fortunately, they were not as perverted as Lu Xiaoyi, who could instantly enter space in the middle of a battle. When they entered the dimensional space, they needed time to prepare. The purpose of maintaining the pressure from the flying swords was to prevent them from using their spatial abilities. Don't look at this guy's sorry state, who knew what he was hiding in his heart. Similar scenes were happening in every direction above Pyrolite Mountain, and it was still spreading towards the northern region. There were even some that flew out of the northern region and into the sky above the ocean. None of them flew upwards. Even though it was much easier to break through the grand membrane of heaven and earth from the inside of the bounded domain than from the outside, no matter how easy it was, they would still need to use all their strength to break through it. With so many swordsmen chasing after them, and their flying swords never stopped attacking, how would they have the extra strength to break through? They could only run to a slightly more spacious place and think of a way. However, those who thought this way were also very disappointed, because the Shenyuan sword sect was not the only sect in Clear Sky. Most of the sects in Qing Kong did not have top-level yang spirits, but there were the 3 pure ones and Tai here. They knew Xuanyuan's intention was to kill this group of bandits in Mount Xiao and the northern region alone. This was a school's dignity, it was not good to violate it. But once they were out of the northern region, they couldn't do anything about it, could they? As long as they ran out of the northern region, they would be in an even more difficult situation. Shenyuan was fierce and ruthless, but the Dharma cultivators outside were wicked and evil. When these two were combined, there was really no way out. In this long-distance attack, Clear Sky and the others had made a huge mistake. They had not clearly estimated the depth of the battlefield when dozens of yang spirits were trapped in the grand membrane of heaven and earth, and the space was greatly compressed. If they were in the void, at least half of them would have escaped if they really wanted to. How could the Yuanying sword sect stop them? But now they were trapped in the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Even if Pyrolite Mountain was destroyed and Clear Sky was damaged, they still had to trap all of them here. The loss of the mortals in the northern region was unavoidable. Even if there were very few mortals around Pyrolite Mountain, and most of them were very experienced in fighting against cultivators and would find a cellar to hide at the slightest movement, it was still impossible to avoid lossy. Bu Lian was indifferent to this. She was born of the Killing Sword sect and had a cold heart. She had always believed that no one owed anyone anything in this world. Cultivators should protect the safety of mortals, but they should not treat them like their fathers. In times of danger, everyone had a responsibility. That was equality. Moreover, this time, it was indeed too late. Time was too tight. Between annihilating the enemy and protecting the mortals, she did not hesitate to choose the former. If there was karma, then she would bear it alone. It was because of this that Hung He thought that going into the land of exile to Pyrolite Mountain was a stroke of genius. However, this stroke of genius hit a wall in front of a ruthless person. Bu Lian showed them what a ruthless person was. Ruthless to the enemy. Ruthless to themselves. Merciful to the people under their rule without reason. Although Shenyuan had pretended to be merciful for tens of thousands of years, this kind of cover-up maximized the advantage of the Shenyuan swordsmen in terms of numbers. It allowed the Yuanying to use the demon blade array to cause harm to the sun god. Originally, this was impossible in the void of the universe. In terms of attack range, the Yuanying and the sun god were 3 levels apart. If they moved slightly, they would not be able to reach the sun god, let alone fight. The first to kill the big bug and the Edo 2 shaman were the Yuanying teams. However, they also paid an unequal price. The swordsman's frenzied killing was actually a disguised form of protection for the northern region. Since they could not avoid the battle in the northern region, they would make the battle end faster. Ji Zhong completed the first kill of Heng, his cultivator. He was a shrewd and ruthless person. Under the surface of a good man, he had a fierce heart. Of course, his opponent, the Great Khan, was also slightly weaker. Emperor Yi's sacrificial puppet and Yi Shen Cho Khan suffered at almost the same time. They were indeed the strongest among the invaders, but they were also facing the most powerful swordsman. Guan Shan was not worth mentioning. He walked the universe for many years and had rich battle experience. The 2 primordial spirit juniors were the most outstanding primordial spirit cultivators. Bu Lian was a first severing primordial spirit cultivator, and Zhu Fan was the swordsman that Lu Xiaoyi favored the most in the sword soldier army. He was extremely talented and had surpassed his predecessors. Unfortunately, such a good seedling, Bai Mai, could not see through gold. Bai Mai could not be blamed entirely. Xiao Yarou Yu's orthodoxy could only destroy people like Zhu Fan. His soil was in Shenyuan, his talent was in flying swords. This was something that by Mai and Xiao Yarrow you could not give him. A few experts were freed up, and the following process suddenly sped up. In such a situation, the utilitarian swordsman would definitely not have the mentality of a fair battle. Was there fairness? 50 young gods sneaked in to cause trouble. How could there be fairness? In the tens of thousands of years of development of the sword vein, the style of doing things had been imperceptibly influenced. In Li Wuya's era, there was no need to talk about the honor of the sword vein. Such a habit in such a battlefield meant that the scale of the gang fight was getting larger and larger. Kill-stealing was normal behavior, as long as you had the ability to do so. On the sea outside the northern region, the three pure young gods watched as Shongting aggressively cut down the already tired great shaman of the earth under his sword and rushed out to search the sea surface. They sighed. It's over. 50 young gods are gone just like that. Tell me, if the safety of the mountain gate or the lives of these cultivators were exchanged, which was more important? Heng He, you're too proud. What's the point of talking about face with shameless people? To be able to kill so many young gods, not to mention Mount Yi, even the Dome sect would not care. The three pure ones cultivators could not help but sigh. Then, a perfected lord asked a sharp question. The question is, if it were us, would we exchange? Chapter 1846. Outside the fifth ring, Tu Guan. Now, it was no longer a question of who was surrounding who. Instead, both sides had set up their chariots, horses, and cannons, ready to fight to their heart's content. In terms of numbers, the humans were at an absolute disadvantage. That was why their team of more than 10,000 cultivators was pitifully small in the face of the endless number of beasts. Of course, Zerg's strength was not fully justified. There were too many low-level beasts, and the number of large void beasts in the team was also limited. But in the face of absolute numbers, all these did not seem to be that important. The humans had always wanted to fight to the death because they were good at it. The beasts only had this idea on a whim. Until now, they were not too sure how they had reached the point where they had to fight the humans. The change in their mentality was very subtle, but they had decided to fight. A decisive battle that would not drag on and would disperse as soon as it was over. They could not afford to waste too much time with the human camp. This was their last bit of rationality. Chang Jin looked at the beast's magnificent army and calmly ordered, "Get into formation and stabilize your footing. Don't hold back. We must teach them a lesson that they will remember well. Don't worry, they will not leave. Before they take advantage of the situation, they will definitely be firmly trapped here. It is very difficult to not forget one's original intention. In fact, they do not even know what their original intention was. Their original intention was not to not drag on, but to take advantage of the situation. Just wait and see, it will slowly become a war of attrition, whether they are willing or not. A race can still decisively retreat when they have the advantage. This is the standard to measure their intelligence. Do you think they can do it?" This was a problem of mentality in war. They had the advantage in terms of situation and numbers. How could they return without achieving anything when they finally fought a big battle? This insight could only be achieved by the wisest human commander. To the beasts, it was still an unreachable gap in intelligence that they could not cross. With a planet behind them, the human camp began to face the beasts' attacks. The beasts were like a tide, attacking wave after wave. In such a war environment, individual ability was no longer important. What was important was cooperation, organization, and complete obedience. This was the integration of orthodoxies. In this regard, the humans were countless streets ahead of the beast. A human fire-type forbidden spell could be cast by thousands of people at the same time without interfering with each other. They could even strengthen each other. What about the beasts? Every strange creature had a different flame, a different divine ability, and a different temperament. They charged forward in a chaotic manner, only to be repelled by the waves of spells. The unlucky ones died, while the lucky ones got up dizzily, shook their heads, and continued to attack. They did not lack courage or morale. With Tu Guan at the front, he had nowhere to vent his anger towards the humans. He could only charge forward again and again like this. The winged man leader was a little dizzy. Is this okay? Are you sure we're here to kill humans? You're not here to be killed by humans. Buggy Head was unmoved. Brother Yi, you don't know. This is our specialty. The heavenly Tao is balanced. What we lack in organization can only be made up for through numbers. This is called. The winged man was speechless. If you don't know any idioms, then don't say them. You just have to say them like this to show how knowledgeable you are. Everyone has their own strength. The idiom bug nodded. This winged man brother was not bad. He would not laugh at it and would even help it fill in the gaps. He was a good friend. The greatest casualties in a war are not at the beginning, but at the end of the chase. At that time, the humans' formation will be broken and they will scatter in all directions. That will be the time for us to reap the harvest. Right now, we're just paying some interest in advance. There will be a day when we get back the principal. When that day comes, we will have the advantage in numbers, mobility, and familiarity with the environment. Everything will fall into place. It's just right, just right. The winged man felt that his intelligence had been pulled to a dangerous level. Was it really good to fight with such teammates? We should chase after the enemy with courage. Thus, he continued to pay interest. Zerg and the Void Beast took turns to fight. The core was to rely on the absolute advantage in numbers and not give the humans any breathing space. The winged men had no choice but to send their subordinates to participate. They were all allies, grasshoppers on the same line. How could the winged men just sit here and watch while the other two races fought? Of course, due to the lack of numbers, the winged men participated less. The number of participants was also limited, so it had to be proportionate. After fighting like this for more than 10 days, the humans' formation was getting tighter and tighter. On the other hand, the foreign races had completely taken the initiative. However, due to the shocking losses, the teams that were still roaming outside the temple were called back. The forces of both sides were completely trapped in this meat grinder. Of course, the meat grinder was still mostly the foreign race's flesh and blood. It was the interest. Even so, the ferocious winged men were still somewhat alarmed. The two of you have been fighting for more than half a month. Have we already forgotten the decision we made back then? We will not fall into a quagmire. This is the rhythm that the humans are best at, not ours. Furthermore, aren't we paying too much interest? You have been with the humans for countless years. Do you think that they are a race that is willing to return the principal after taking advantage? This time, it was the Void Beast's turn to explain. It's almost over. Don't worry, we have experience in dealing with humans. The interest for these 20 days is a bit high, but there are also benefits. The other party is exhausted and unable to continue. When the formation is pressed to the extreme, the only result is a collapse. We know very well what the humans are thinking. They want to retreat after taking advantage of us. Our main assault forces have not been used for this moment. They can still struggle at death's door if they don't move, but once they move, we will immediately strike. It seemed to make sense. The leader of the winged men felt that his two teammates were not brainless, but IQ can be assimilated, especially if you don't insist on it. The winged men were humanoid, but with the word humanoid, they were not human. They did not understand that the humans should keep a distance from these foreign races. They did not understand that in the millions of years of competition in the universe, each race's position and level was reasonable. The interest was increasing because the humans' formation was getting tighter and tighter, and the strength of their spells was multiplying. However, in the eyes of the foreign races, this was a sign of collapse. Because the humans could not continue like this forever, they also did not have a backup team. This was the reason why they chose to continue persevering. The harvest season was about to arrive. Who would give up at this time? They had already paid such a huge price. Even if they gave an order, would any of the foreign races listen? Under the pressure of the foreign races, the human formation was almost retreating to the planet behind them. Once they were pressed to the ground, it would be difficult to escape. Old Taoist Chang Jin looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction. He said softly, "We can begin." Chapter 1847. Lu Xiaoyi stood at the front of the line with nothing to do. In fact, he did not exert any strength at all, but the interior team was winning in the tug-of-war. This was the tacit river. Both sides knew that it did not matter who won. What mattered was who fought whom. If the exterior lost, they would at least find a chance among the 43 opponents. If they won, they would always meet the terrifying swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi's name was not only well known in the Eastern Heaven, but also in the other 3 heavens. After all, the universe tangled up in the Eastern Heaven was an event that everyone paid attention to. Just like that, they won a tower. 3 heavenly Avilders of the exterior realm fell into the Milky Way. At the same time, an interior realm cultivator was selected and entered as well. They weren't forced, but they had to fight. Under such circumstances, they couldn't refuse. Then, the exterior team began to exert their strength and maintained the flag, making it difficult for the interior team to advance or retreat. In terms of controlling the rhythm of the tug-of-war perfectly, the exterior Avilders had the advantage of numbers. They gave themselves enough time to fight and did not have to worry about the situation changing too much after they came out. At this point, the interior team was completely passive. They became the side that was chosen. Lu Xiaoyi was not familiar with the interior Avildor who went in, but now that they were free, they had time to chat. Now, neither side was exerting their strength in the tug-of-war. The interior team knew that they could not win, but the exterior team did not want to win or lose. In the end, they were all idling around. The interior team still has a bamboo hat. Why didn't they come? Lu Xiaoyi finally found an opportunity. Qing Xian did not know his intention. Why? Do you know him? Lu Xiaoyi briefly recounted his encounter in the main world. He wasn't the kind of person who would hide everything in his heart, and he also didn't want Qing Xian's help. It wasn't difficult to deal with that guy, but he had to make things clear. Otherwise, when people interacted with each other, it would be easy to create a complicated triangular relationship. He didn't want to make things difficult for Qing Xian, and he also wanted to protect their friendship. I guess, he must have used this as an excuse to get close to you and ask about something. Qing Xian smiled. This guy is dishonest. Does he think I can't see it? In the end, he refused to come down even after finding the excuse of an upper realm cultivator. I knew there was something wrong with him. So the reason is because of you. I say, what's wrong with you? Why do you have enemies everywhere? How about plastic surgery? Your face really makes it hard for people to get close to you. You're asking for a beating. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Even if I were to look like his father, I still wouldn't be able to get close to him. This fellow and I are competing for the great Tao. Of course, that's what he thinks. The 2 of them chatted for a while and stopped talking about it. Qing Xian did not want to interfere in matters that conflicted with Lu Xiaoyi's Tao. Similarly, Qing Xian could not interfere in matters that conflicted with Lu Xiaoyi's Tao. This was the rule, and it was also a form of respect. One had to fight for their own Tao. Helping a friend was actually harming the friend to a certain extent. Both of them understood this very well. Lu Xiaoyi asked, my previous 3 opponents all had very strange origins. Especially the great shaman of Earth. How much do you know about the shaman tribe of Earth? Qing Xian thought about it. As someone from the 3 pure ones, he had a very rich foundation in this aspect. To them, as long as you stretched out your hand or even just stood there, the 3 pure ones could roughly guess your origins. This was a basic skill. Not only was it an individual's foundation, but it was also something that the sect had accumulated over countless years. In the cultivation world of the universe, there is a saying of 2 earths, 3 paths, and 4 symbols. It refers to 9 places. You know very well that the 4 symbols are the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. It's just a division of the sky, there's nothing substantial. The 3 paths refer to the Yellow Springs Road, the Road of No Return, and the Road of No Worries. They exist in legends. Do they exist? Where are they? Does it only depend on one's fate? It could be a path of hope, or it could be a dead end. It varies from person to person. The two earths are the pure land of oddity and the ancient earth of earth. There are cultivators on each of them. Because of the uniqueness of their orthodoxy, they are not integrated into the mainstream of cultivation. These great shamans should actually be from the ancient earth of earth. Can't you read more books when you have nothing to do? To a half-immortal, this is the basic knowledge. If you don't even know this, it will be very embarrassing. You still need me to spend a lot of effort to popularize it for you. There are no benefits at all. In other words, you know that there are a few places but you can't find them. Lu Xiaoyi did not want to talk about benefits. They were all friends. Who were they to each other? Qing Xian nodded, probably so. But there are definitely people who know. People like you and me who have nothing to do with the orthodoxy definitely don't know. The pure land of oddity, legend has it that there are no signs of human habitation on this land. There are also no cultivation creatures. It is a pure land ruled by nature. Since the birth of the universe, it has always maintained the most primitive ecology. Cultivators from the outside world can enter, but how? What qualifications do you need? But very few people know. This is the bottom line that the heavenly Tao kept for itself before it formed. This place is rich in a type of energy, positive energy. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Positive energy? There is such a thing in this world. Ma Lu, do you have it? Or someone else? Can you find someone who is full of positive energy for me to see? Qing Xian was impatient. Cigarette, but don't be so cocky. I don't have a whole body full of positive energy, but there are countless parts of positive energy. Of course, I have it. I don't dare to say how much, and I don't have the confidence to say that it has not reached the average either. But there is one thing, it is definitely more than trash like you. Are you going to listen or not? If not, I still have to prepare for a possible battle. Lu Xiaoyi stopped teasing. What you mean is, before the heavenly Tao was formed, in order to prevent itself from going astray and walking into the evil path, it left such a place for itself to constantly remind itself. Qing Xian explained, you can say that. It is like a mirror, which can be solemn, scrutinized, and corrected itself at all times. Because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Is there anything in this world that is greater than the heavenly Tao? Therefore, the reason why the heavenly Tao can become the heavenly Tao is because it set up a boundary for itself. In fact, it is not only the heavenly Tao that needs to set up a mirror, every immortal who has reached a certain level of status also needs to set up a mirror. They all have to walk through the pure land of wonders to have the foundation to achieve the Tao immortal realm. The three Pure Ones' secret records mentioned this, but it was not detailed as to whether one has to be a true immortal or a golden immortal to look at a mirror. The level is too high. I think these secrets are not recorded in words. If it wasn't for my kindness, you wouldn't even know this little bit. If it wasn't for the fact that you have been running around for a while, do you think I would be telling you this? Lu Xiaoyi did not quite believe it. True immortals and golden immortals all need to look at a mirror. Doesn't that mean that our Xuanyuan's 13th ancestor is a very good person? Qing Xian spat. How is he a good person? Except for your Xuanyuan. I am talking about the true immortal or golden immortal realm, the actual Tao immortal realm, not the possibility of the future. Your crow ancestor is just an ordinary immortal after he becomes an immortal, but his future is even more promising. There is a possibility of him becoming a golden immortal, but he is not yet a golden immortal. Before he becomes a true immortal or golden immortal, he will have to walk through the pure land of wonders, but he may not even be able to pass through it. Chapter 1848. Lu Xiaoyi was very interested in what Qing Xian said. Then what about the ancient filthy soil? If the pure land is so awesome, is the filthy soil also a mirror? Flowing with negative energy? Just like the demon-revealing mirror? If that's the case, aren't these great shamans the most evil people? I don't really see it, they seem to be very ordinary evil. Even if they were killed, they didn't reach any new level of evil. Qing Xian looked at him disdainfully. That's right. It means that the great shaman is probably not as evil as you. If there is positive energy in this world, there must be negative energy. Actually, It's more in the category of ideology, but there is a pure land full of positive energy in this world, but there might not be a land full of negative energy, because negative energy is everywhere. It won't disappear at all. As long as this cultivation world exists and there are cultivators, you will never have to worry about the world being occupied by positive energy. Therefore, the heavenly Tao will leave a pure land for itself. But it won't leave a filthy land for itself. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That seems to make sense. Cultivators are evil by nature. Qing Xian didn't give up. For example, you always think of doing something bad all day long. Tell me, when have you ever racked your brains to do anything good? Being both good and evil, this is wrong. When you do something good, you just do it casually, but when you do something bad, you rack your brains and rack your brains. What's the matter? Can these two cancel each other out? Lu Xiaoyi laughed involuntarily. You, Ma Lu, still want to trick me? You want to talk nonsense with me? What you mean is, when did I casually do something bad, but when I do something good, I have to rack my brains and rack my brains, so I'm a good person? Hehe, casually doing good is true nature, but racking my brains to do bad things is because I have no choice. So, I'm actually a good person? I probably also have the qualifications to enter the Pure Land. The two were joking and arguing, but in fact, this strange land was purely their own guess. Even if they were now in the half-immortal realm, some things were still very far away from them. Although it's said to be two lands, the difference between these two lands is still very big, so big that it can't be equated. I wonder who exactly put these two lands together and equated them. Or was there a deeper meaning to it? There were humans in the primordial filth earth. In fact, as long as there were humans in the origin world, there would be humans there. However, they only had one belief, one orthodoxy, and that was ancient witchcraft, Taoism, and Buddhism, the root of all cultivation system. What we are learning now is nothing more than a new system that has been refined, changed, innovated, and summarized over millions of years. It has become the mainstream of the cultivation world. This is a change in accordance with the times, so it is a gift from the heavens. But in the primordial filth, nothing had changed. It was the same as when humans first came into contact with mysteries. It looked like they were performing a dance, primitive and ignorant. But don't laugh at them. When humans were just born, wasn't this the same reverence they had for ghosts and gods? There's one thing you have to pay attention to. The abilities of grand shamans can't be fully displayed in the origin world. This isn't the world of their witchcraft. However, if you have the chance to go to the primordial filth one day, you'll find that they're very powerful. So, don't show off there. Otherwise, the ancient shamans will make you into a human skin drum and beat you a few times during the ancestral sacrifice to exercise your muscles. Lu Xiaoyi was very depressed. How many strange orthodoxies do you think there are in the exterior world? It seems to be even more lively than the interior world. All the messy things are gathered there. Today, you opened up 5 new maps for me. I still have countless places in the origin world that I haven't explored yet. What's the big deal about this? In the future, when they write my biography, don't you think the readers will be annoyed? Qing Xian was speechless. This guy's brain often short-circuited. She didn't know what went wrong. Annoyed. Of course. If it were me, I would be annoyed too. But there's no other way. This is the void of the universe. We are heaven-defying cultivators. Exploring the endless future is the meaning of our existence. The more you know, the more you'll discover that you don't know. Only then will you have more motivation to cultivate. If you've been to all the places you should go and know all the things you should know, then what's the point of cultivating? You might as well die. Isn't that tiring? If you want future generations to read your biography, you can think of other ways. For example, your senior marshal sisters, senior marshal wives, senior marshal grandmothers, insect demons, winged men, etc. You don't care anyway. Listen to my advice. Nowadays, all the biographies readers like this. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. You're actually so familiar with these. You seem to be very experienced. I'm not you. I have a bottom line. But what you said is under normal circumstances. Now that the universe is in chaos and the Great Way is collapsing, there might be accident. Just like that odd righteous Pure Land you mentioned, who knows if everyone will have to pass through this hurdle? No, I want to be a good person. Marlu, think about it. Other than killing people and destroying worlds, what else can we do? As they chatted, the Milky Way rolled. 3 exterior heaven cultivators jumped out of the Milky Way, but the interior heaven monster never came out again. Lu Xiaoyi could easily fight 1 against 3, but there was no guarantee that other interior heaven monsters could do the same. In fact, the result this time was the normal result of the strength comparison between the interior and exterior heaven monsters. Interior heaven monsters were slightly stronger, but it was unrealistic to say that they could fight 1 against 3. The biggest problem with this kind of tug-of-war competition was that only the vanguard in the first place had the possibility of entering the battle. The others could only resign themselves to fate. This led to the bad effect of not participating in the competition and not being interested in it. However, a clever genius of the Heaven of Interior Realm made a discovery that changed everything. He accidentally discovered that the Immortal's rope could not only be pulled, but it could also be propped up. It was not really as soft as a rope. When you gathered your strength and moved forward, this thing became like a piece of wood. After quietly telling everyone about this, the interior heaven monsters decided to launch a sneak attack. While both sides were half-heartedly fighting, the 42 interior heaven monsters pushed forward together as if they were pushing a big tree. Their goal was to push Lu Xiaoyi, who was in front, into the Milky Way. If the exterior heaven people did not react fast enough, perhaps they could also push military monk, Duan Li, and the others in front of them into the Milky Way. The so-called tug-of-war had completely lost its original form at this point. The things of the ancestors had been ruined by these Evilders. They were not as resolute and solemn as the ancient cultivators, but they had the cunning that belonged to this era, and they were willing to do anything. The exterior heaven monsters did not react for a moment. The sudden push made them feel at a loss. For a moment, they did not even know what was going on. When they reacted and began to resist desperately, they also began to push the long rope. The huge inertia was not something they could stop immediately. Lu Xiaoyi was naturally pushed into the Milky Way, followed by marching monk and Duan Li. The Milky Way was only a few thousand feet long, so it was exceptionally fast to start. By the time the exterior heavenly Evildor finally stabilized, 5 people had already fallen into the interior heavenly Evildor. Correspondingly, 11 people from the exterior heaven side followed in. It was a complete mess. Chapter 1849. Lu Xiaoyi only had 2 opponents this time, but clearly, these 2 were different from the previous 3. They were more confident and fearless. The Milky Way had a layer of space that belonged to true immortals, so they couldn't meet other cultivators who fell in here, so it was impossible for them to fight together. What surprised him was that one of the 2 had exchanged blows with him, while the other had stayed far away and watched with folded arms. He realized that his perception was biased. Even in these special orthodoxies, there were still true heroes and real men. His first opponent was a crane-riding immortal. Flying Ridge was a very special orthodoxy. It originated from the human imperial court in the mortal world. The cornice of the highest and most respectable buildings were usually carved with ridge beasts as decorations. Ridge beasts were the beasts placed on the roof ridges of the ancient buildings in this cultivation world. They were divided into running beasts, drooping beasts, immortals, and beasts, collectively known as ridge beasts. Beasts or beasts were placed on the ridges, drooping beasts were placed on the ridges, and beasts were placed on the ridges. Immortals and beasts were placed on the edges of the roof ridges. The leader at the front was an immortal riding a crane, followed by a dragon, phoenix, lion, pegasus, seahorse, swan ni, fish, shezhi, bull, and xingsha. What was the meaning of such decorations? What was the basis? Or was it the imagination of the mortals of this world? No one knew. The arrangement was a mess. It was wrong for a dragon to be placed in front of a phoenix in the cultivation world. Moreover, many of the beasts here weren't immemorial beasts. They could barely be called demonic beasts. For example, what the hell was a seahorse? But the magical thing was that such decorations actually formed their own orthodoxy after a long period of existence. They advanced from Xingshi, just like the human qi cultivators, step by step, and finally cultivated to become a half-immortal, the crane-riding immortal. There was no one above that. If one really became an immortal, it didn't matter what they rode. Moreover, it was hard to say whether this orthodoxy had any precedent of becoming an immortal. This Taoist ascends the ridge because of the belief of the ridge beasts in the mortal world. It's not elegant. Please enlighten me, sword immortal Lu. Lu Xiaoyi was very polite. If you're not a sword immortal, then you're a sword soldier. In front of the great Tao, everyone is equal. What's elegant and what's vulgar? I just want to ask, is your companion not coming with you? Deng Yang sternly said, under the great Tao, how can we come together? This is the tradition of my Soaring Ridge clan. Yes, the Soaring Ridge clan. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Although he didn't necessarily agree with this person's philosophy, he admired people with persistence. Even if this kind of persistence might be a little wishful thinking. Deng Yang clasped his hands again. His body changed, and a head of Xingshan appeared. Xingshan was a type of winged monkey with a pair of wings on its back and a Vajra pestle in its hand. He leaped as if he was flying, and his movements were nimble. In an instant, he arrived beside Lu Xiaoyi and raised his pestle to strike. Lu Xiaoyi did not dodge. He had never avoided close combat because he was confident and because it was more exciting. With a flick of Qiyi's hand, Xingshan was cut into two pieces. However, there was no bloody light or minced meat. He only felt an indescribable Tao realm ripple. Xingshan disappeared and a fighting bull appeared not far away. A fighting bull, also known as a fighting bull, was a type of dragon that could eliminate disasters. At this moment, it was speaking in human language. What a joke, Dafa. Don't worry about it, Lord Lu. Just do it. The fighting bull opened its mouth as if to swallow the heavens and the earth. Lu Xiaoyi only felt that his body was being affected by a strange phenomenon. A thought of not wanting to struggle welled up in his mind. He smiled slightly and allowed the fighting bull to swallow him. In the next moment, the entire bull's body collapsed into pieces from the inside. There was still no bloody disaster, but a Xieji appeared not far away. He clapped his hands and laughed. What a good way of virtue. Fellow Daoist, you must be from the royal family, right? He didn't feel any killing intent from the two ridge beast. Not only were the beasts auspicious, but the people were also people of virtue. Those who could live in these ridge beasts could only be relatives of the royal family. Therefore, this Soaring Ridge clan was also a clan that could only be cultivated by members of the royal family. Ordinary people had no chance at all. How to cultivate it? There were many ways, and there was no need to list them in detail. However, one of them was the country's favorable weather, the country's prosperity, and the people's peace. It couldn't be just one generation, but many generations of accumulation. When it reached a certain minimum level of the heavenly Tao, only then could the ridge beasts be cultivated by people. There were too many coincidences and too much hard work. The person had to have talent, but couldn't be intoxicated by imperial power. There had to be a certain opportunity, and the entire royal family's diligence and love for the people for several or even dozens of generations. In the end, it was possible to produce such a great Soaring Ridge cultivator. That was why it was cultivated with virtue. That was why he went up to challenge the fierce swordsman alone. That was why there was no killing intent when the ridge beasts appeared. This wasn't an act, but a person, a concept that had been passed down for countless generations by the royal family. Such people were worthy of respect. It wasn't because of how great their Tao was, but because of their persistence in doing good to the people for more than 10 generations. In front of such a person, his methods were powerful, but it made him feel a little ashamed, because he still had good thoughts in his heart. Deng Yang smiled. The Emperor's honor is but a cloud of smoke, the path of Tao is long, and I'm still a youth. These two beasts are a bit of a drag. Look at how powerful I am. Deng Yang's ridge beasts appeared one after another. In the end, He wasn't of a proper Tao origin, but something similar to incense and belief. To be honest, his strength was very limited. His Tao couldn't be spread widely, because the audience was too small. How many royal families could be as kind to others as before, and put the people first? It was something that could only be encountered by chance. His Tao could be cut off at any time, but as long as the ridge beasts were there, it could be restored one day. In Deng Yang's next attack, he didn't use the flying sword anymore. Instead, he used his own weak Tao of virtue to deal with it. With his own weakness against another's strength, the result could be imagined. Deng Yang was pleasantly surprised. Because a notorious swordsman in the universe actually knew a little about the Tao of virtue. This made him feel that he wasn't alone in his Tao. Therefore, in the rolling battle, it wasn't a battle at all, but a duel and teaching of virtue. Spreading the Tao of virtue was also one of its core. It couldn't be said to be edifying, but letting a swordsman know more about virtue was his achievement. This was more important than anything else, especially for such a person who was destined to blossom in the future during the changing of the era. The two of them were teaching and learning casually, but the person waiting in the distance wasn't willing. A clear voice rang out. "Are you two done yet? You're full of empty words. What's a real virtue doing here? You should go down to the lower realm to save the people. Save the people from calamity." Deng Yang was amused. "Haha, someone can't hold it in anymore. Fine, let's end it here. This old Tao's skills are lacking, and I can't do anything to Lord Lu. This match is my loss." Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. "Senior's virtue, this junior can't even compare to 1,000th of it." "Why do you say so?" Deng Yang leaped and floated outside. "Lord Lu, true virtue doesn't have any distinction between high and low. You have this thought, and it's virtue. How can there be any distinction between virtue and virtue? But the battle of the Milky Way isn't a battle of virtue. This old Tao knows his own limits, and I won't compete with you Avilders. If I lose this old life, how can I reason with you?" In the midst of his laughter, he had already gone far. Chapter 1850. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. This old Daoist's knowledge and actions were as one, not doubting his reputation. Even in front of the great Tao, he was able to stick to his own Tao. He was a true saint. He was much stronger than those so-called people who had to die here for the great Tao. Saint virtue was also the direction he wanted to learn. What he learned from Deng Yang was the emperor's saint virtue, but there were many other kinds of saint virtue. But there was one thing that Deng Yang's words inspired him. That was, how could there be a difference in the so-called saint virtue? But now was not the time to think about this, because there was still a very impatient beauty staring at him. "You also know about saint virtue, why don't you withdraw yourself?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Saint virtue is impermanent. To Deng Yang, withdrawing is saint virtue. But to me, advancing is saint virtue. Buddha said, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" I said, "If I don't enter the great Tao, who will?" It's the same meaning. He looked at this female half-immortal. She was valiant and heroic, floating like an immortal, but he didn't know how many years she was an old witch. "What's this fairy's name? Since you don't want to bully me with numbers, then this poor Daoist is naturally willing to treat you with courtesy. Are we having a literary competition or a martial competition?" The woman looked at him and turned around gracefully. "It's not that I don't want to bully you with numbers, I'm very willing. It's that stubborn old man who doesn't want to. Besides, with his set of broken spine beast, what's the point of joining hands with him? Hey, Lu Xiaoyi, right? I'm Southern Sky's Shui Lian. Do you need a Daoist companion?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head firmly. "No need." Shui Lian gave him a coquettish look. "Cultivation is long, lonely and indifferent. Provide care and spread warmth. Dual cultivation, the kind that knows a lot, and you don't want a title, nor do you want it." Lu Xiaoyi continued to shake his head. "No, I want to get off." Shui Lian was not discouraged. "Pearl pregnancy, guaranteed success rate for 1,000 years. Do you have any requirements?" It was difficult for cultivators to have children, The higher the realm, the more difficult it was. But in the cultivation world, there were corresponding countermeasures, such as this pearl pregnancy. When Kuan Xiu took the true cultivation wondrous treasure, he secretly stored it in his body. After Qian Xiu delivered his essence blood seed, he would hide it in the soul-containing fruit and become pregnant. There were many difficulties here. Compared to the soul-containing fruit, it was extremely difficult to find a heaven and earth wonder. For example, in order to contain the soul-containing fruit, one needed a special cultivation method and profound strength. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the possibility of success. However, when one's cultivation level reached a certain level, who would be willing to use this method? Even true monarchs weren't willing, let alone half-immortals. Even so, the child would still be an idiot. This was because this was not the crystallization of their life, but the inheritance of Kuan's cultivation, the soul-containing fruit. What kind of intelligence did the nascent fruit have? Therefore, he must be an idiot. Raising an idiot like this, and when he reached adulthood, he would find a woman to mate with and give birth to more children. Just like this, generation after generation, the soul-containing fruit would completely lose its effectiveness after dozens of generations, revealing the seeds of cultivation that had long been reduced layer by layer. In the end, if nothing unexpected happened, a descendant of the cultivator's bloodline would be born. It could be considered a feasible method of inheritance. This was what Shui Lian meant when she said that the success rate was guaranteed within 1,000 years. This was very complicated. How many generations would have to pass in 1,000 years? For mortals, dozens of generations was at least. For such an idiot to be raised and cared for, not choking to death while eating, not falling into a puddle and drowning, and the most terrible thing was that he still had to be taught how to pass down the next generation, who knew how much would be needed for dozens of generations. The investment was incomparably huge. Of course, this was not a problem for half-immortals like them. If a half-immortal Kuan cultivator really wanted to do this, he still had some confidence. It was nothing more than raising a few more children. He didn't lack money, and he also didn't lack time. For those who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, didn't give birth to a descendant when they were young, and now began to regret their success in cultivation, it was very attractive. However, in this kind of situation, at most, they would find a Yuanian Kuan cultivator to do it. Even true monarchs weren't willing, let alone a half-immortal immortal, this kind of rare thing. However, only a Kuan cultivator of a higher realm could guarantee the success rate to the greatest extent. It could guarantee the continuity of the blood seed of cultivation, and there wouldn't be some kind of indescribable mutation in the process. This was the test tube baby technology that belonged to the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Shui Lian looked at him and wasn't disappointed. No need in this area. Breaking through the Tao alone? Without any attachments? Good. Cultivators of my generation should be like this. Then, do you need a spy in the exterior realm? A channel that can provide you with the most up-to-date and accurate information in real time? On the road of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to not know the situation and not understand the situation. One more friend is one more way out. Who knows when you'll need it? Lu Xiaoyi finally recovered. People's personalities were all kinds of strange things, and this was where the charm of humans lay. Even a half-immortal was not an assembly line product that was carved from the same mold. Cultivation was wonderful because of this. You've said so much, why don't you talk about your request? It's impossible to make me leave the Milky Way unless you use your strength to speak. Who am I? You know very well. Why am I doing this? You also know. Do you think there's a possibility that I will take the initiative to leave? Shui Lian's eyes moved. Of course I know it's impossible for you to leave. If you want to leave, it's us small characters with no roots and no background. But this time, it may not be the case the next time. I just want to leave a trace of fate. The upper realm has opened, and there will be many opportunities for us to interact in the future. Lu Xiaoyi let out a long breath. This woman was very impressive. From the contest between him and Deng Yang, She could see that his character was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Hence, she didn't take the shortcut and didn't stupidly use force. However, her direct method was really unbearable for ordinary people. You don't have to worry. I'm not a monopolist, and I know how to share. But at this moment, you and I both have too much to bear. We can't make a decision based on our personal preferences. Shui Lian curled her lips. It's you who has too much to bear. I don't have anything to bear. Fine, since I can't sell myself, I'll lose face. It's only right for me to leave. This woman was very smart. She knew that if she continued to pester him, people would suspect that she had ulterior motives. It was better to be tactful and leave some feelings for him in the future. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. Everyone had their own way of arranging their own path. In fact, other than fighting and killing, there were other ways, just like the two exterior half-immortals he met this time. Did they really have no motives? Not necessarily. If he wasn't Lu Xiaoyi, if he was just an ordinary interior Evildor, then everything might be different. Hey, if you leave just like that, can you still return to the exterior tug-of-war team? The woman didn't even turn her head. Of course not. But if this place doesn't keep me, there will be other places to keep me. Can't I live without them? She disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1851. Lu Xiaoyi followed them out of the river. He had spent a lot of time on the discussion of Saint's virtue, so he wondered what was going on outside. As soon as he got out of the river, he felt a huge change. The tug-of-war had turned into a push. Everyone wanted to jump into the Milky Way, so the competition was very fierce. Finally, there was a sign of competition. During the time he was in, more than half of the cultivators in the inner and outer realm had disappeared. Obviously, they were fighting to the death in the Milky Way. Marching Monk was gone, Duan Li was gone, and even Qing Xian was nowhere to be found. It could be seen that after the initial slow pace, the tempo had reached a white-hot state. Because the number of people on both sides was greatly reduced, the advantage of the exterior over the interior was not as obvious as before. Both sides attacked and defended, and the flag was maintained near the center without much deviation. Both sides were still evenly matched, and there was no clear winner or loser. Of course, on the surface, the winner or loser was not important. What was important was who could come out of the Milky Way. That was the key to victory. Fortunately, North Wind was still there. He was ranked more than 30, and it was not his turn yet. Moreover, the random selection of the exterior did not include him. He did not know whether this was good luck or bad luck. He grabbed the long rope and pushed it forward. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to North Wind. What's the situation? What's the result on our side? North Wind sounded worried. Fortunately, we have the upper hand. This is the second time Marching Monk and Duan Li have entered. We have the overall advantage. But don't forget that the ranking of the exterior is based on the strong. If we don't widen the gap at the beginning, we may be overtaken in the end. The strength of the exterior is not weak, so the situation is more difficult than expected. Since you entered, most of them have not come out. It's too early to make a conclusion. The rules of the tug-of-war were very cruel. It was not the winner who pulled the other over, but the winner who pulled the other's people out. So there was still competition. North Wind was very proud. So far, the cultivators of the interior have not run away. Those who leave without care will either win or die. As for the exterior, I have seen a few defeated and left. Their willpower is not good enough. We will win this tug-of-war. I wonder how many interior brothers will be left after this battle. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It was everyone's choice. There was no right or wrong. Actually, he admired Deng Bian and Shui Lian's methods. Not everyone was good at fighting, so why did they have to use death to prove their determination? This was probably what the higher-ups wanted to see the most. However, he knew that he could not speak now. These Evilders might not listen to him, and the ingrates would bear a grudge in their hearts. If this was a plan to eliminate Evilders tacitly approved by the higher-ups, talking nonsense would bring him endless trouble. Moreover, he didn't think that these freaks really didn't understand. It was just that they didn't think that he was the one who would fall. At the very least, the Qing Xian military monk understood this very well. When the exterior masters saw Lu Xiaoyi appear again, they pushed him even harder. They knew that if this guy entered the Milky Way, the exterior masters would lose another 2 or 3 people. Since the start of the tug of war, this guy had already killed 3 and driven away 2 in a very short time. It seemed that he was not satisfied yet. When the exterior masters started to use all their strength, the interior masters were still not their match. However, they were not pushed back too much. This was a clear difference from the beginning. This showed that the scale of victory was tilting towards the interior masters. Looking at the opposite side, especially at the last few exterior masters, he saw 2 familiar faces. One was Marathi with a pierced nose, and the other was Ang Ji who refused to admit it. 2 people in a team. They seemed very confident. Were they a good match? This reminded him of various things about this pair in his previous life. It was also a fate that could not be cut off. You stick to me, I pull you, and everyone slid into the abyss together. How could he accurately find this pair? From the looks of it, there seemed to be no feasible way. A random choice left the choice to the ingrates. Perhaps to others, it was indeed random, but not to him. A genuine immortal was particular about methods. The first collision with the 3 people was random to show selflessness. The second collision was to numb his spirit. Then the third time might be for real. This was the rhythm of immortals. They liked to do things step by step. They thought that it was natural, so no one would be able to catch them meddling. However, this was not the most efficient way of doing things. After such a long time of preparation, Lu Xiaoyi had successfully stuffed his Lu province's young master into the breath. There were only 2 breaths left outside. Thinking too much about karma would lose the suddenness of actions, which also allowed others to be prepared. The 2 sides were evenly matched, so the rhythm was very slow. The interior masters were retreating, but this retreat was at the speed of a turtle. It would take time to cover the distance of thousands of feet. During this time, the first batch of people who rushed into the small Milky Way began to emerge. Qing Xian jumped out with a heavenly demon of the exterior. He covered his face and left. It was obvious that he did not want to stay here and be criticized by everyone. Seeing that he did not look good, Lu Xiaoyi did not let go of the opportunity to attack him. So much for 2. Can you do it or not? Was it because he had been scheming too much that he had forgotten how to fight? It's okay. If your body can't take it, you can quit. Everyone will understand. Qing Xian was not angry. He knew that even if he died inside, this grandson would still have the same attitude. He had no sympathy and only knew how to gloat. The only thing he could do for him was to avenge him. It's 3, not 2, and they are not as weak as the ones you met. Let me tell you, cigarette head. This is a battle between the interior and exterior masters. If it's within the interior masters, I'll be the first to beat you up. I don't want to see your arrogant attitude. You're quite stubborn. I'll wait for you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. One after another, people leaped out of the Milky Way. The victors were high-spirited while the few losers were dejected and left. Until now, no one from the interior heaven had survived after losing. This made the interior heaven geniuses very proud. However, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but say something that made them feel as if there was a thorn in their backs. You're really righteous. Good, you're worthy of being the hero of the interior masters. You don't care about your own life. However, if this tug-of-war happens a few more times, I'm afraid I'll have to fight alone without any help. Chapter 1852. There were also accidents. Prince Dendrobium, who was ranked 10th in the Moving Immortals, Yi Lian from the World of Light, and Prince Saint Virtue, who was ranked 6th, had all died inside. Since it was random, it was possible to meet an ordinary opponent or a top master of the exterior realm. With the advantage of numbers, such a result was inevitable. It was also the end. The way of heaven was so cruel. The stronger and more determined renouncing was gone. The seemingly cowardly Dungbien had lost a strong opponent and had one less competitor on the Saint Virtue Avenue. There was a lot of truth in it. Many things were not right just because you fought for them, especially those mysterious spiritual and ideological categories. Renouncing one's strength and Dungbien remained were actually the choices of the way of heaven. Saint Virtue had its unique way of existence. In fact, every great way was the same. It all depended on whether you could fully comprehend it. Dungbien had a deep understanding, so he won this round. Retreating in order to advance, he was truly a shrewd person. Lu Xiaoyi was pulled into the Milky Way again. He did not fall in, but was randomly sent to him by the exterior realm. There were two opponents. One was the blind old man, and the other was the seal-lipped Taoist. Although they were both disabled, Lu Xiaoyi did not dare to look down on them at all. One eye was blind, and both eyes were blind. However, for a cultivator, this was not a reason to be disabled. If they wanted to, they could even grow 3 eyes. If they were still blind, they must have their own reasons. The seal-lipped Taoist was not silent. Instead, his upper and lower lips had grown together. There was no trace of a mouth under his nose. He did not even know if he had teeth inside. This pair was Lu Xiaoyi's current opponent. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting one-on-one. However, no matter who they were, Lu Xiaoyi would greet them with his flying sword and let them know the hospitality of the interior realm. However, this time, he did not greet them. Rulu. In my way, the heavens do not use swords. Weapons are forbidden. Once the blind old man said this, the flying swords that flew into the range of his Dao realm all fell down. None of them could continue their journey. Lu Xiaoyi could clearly feel that it wasn't that there was a problem with his control, but that the flying sword's energy had lost its support. Because of a very inexplicable reason, he couldn't understand it at the moment. Rulu. Between the two Daos, the heavens do not limit the Dharma, it should flourish at times. The blind old man made another prophecy, and a fire dragon appeared beside Lu Xiaoyi, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It raised its head and pounced down with its mouth wide open. It was an extremely rare divination judgment technique. Against this kind of special technique, moving the sword didn't have much use. It was better to directly attack the root of the problem. Lu Xiaoyi's body faltered as he rushed forward. However, he did not care about the fire dragon forbidden technique behind him. His intentions were immediately seen through. The blind old man spoke for the third time. Rulu. Life is like a play, like the distance between heart. If the path we seek is different, what's the point of advancing? Lu Xiaoyi's star's pull with all his might was unable to close the distance between them and the opponent's judgment of prophecy. Just as the old man had said, the distance between them was as far as their hearts were. They couldn't get closer by more than 10 feet. His body turned back, and the river of sword chi split the fire dragon that was chasing after him. He was surprised. The divination judgment technique was far more magical than he had imagined. 3 short prophecies had extinguished all his plans. This was the first time in his 2,000 years of fighting that something like this had happened. It also made him understand that he, Lu Xiaoyi, was not the only hero in the world. He had guessed right. Although both of them were disabled, they were taboo existences in the exterior realm. It wasn't that they were used to bullying others with numbers, but that their original fighting style was the same for 1 opponent or 10 opponents. Until now, they had never been defeated in the unspeakable place of the exterior realm. They weren't martial brothers, but they were closer than blood brothers. The blind old man made judgment of prophecy, and the silent man provided all kinds of support. The two of them cooperated well, hiding their shortcomings and vividly displaying their strength. The divination judgment technique was flawed, and it was a very fatal flaw. Because its effect was indeed heaven-defying, it was very weak in other aspects, whether it was the body or the direction of the technique. The flaw in the body was due to the use of power that shouldn't be possessed by mortals. Blindness was the punishment of the heavenly Tao, and it wasn't something that could be recovered from with the body of a cultivator. Otherwise, why would one become blind for no reason? Even in the palace, there were people who castrated themselves to become eunuchs, but never people who castrated themselves to become blind. It was the same for the technique. Apart from the divination judgment technique, one couldn't use any other technique for the rest of one's life, not even a small rain of arrows. It took a huge sacrifice to achieve this incredible divination judgment. The pain and cruelty involved were indescribable. His companion, the silent man, was the same. He was a psyche sorcerer who was even more skilled than the instant sorcerer. He was also proficient in divination. In the end, he was envied by the heavens. His mouth was injured in a fight, but he couldn't heal it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he realized that it was the will of the heavens, so he sewed his lips to show the heavens. When the two of them worked together, they perfectly made up for each other's weaknesses and became an existence that defied the heavens. He was the top genius among all the geniuses of the exterior realm. He was the core of their fight against those of the interior realm. No matter how ferocious the sword cultivator was, they always felt that they could defeat him. Dendrobium Prince Yi Lian was easily killed by them, and now it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn. He would definitely meet the most powerful one. It was random. Compared to seeing whether he fell into the pit or not, how could it be more straightforward to destroy the Tao of man now? The divination judgment technique was an extremely high-end mystical Tao technique system. It required a cultivator's talent and mastery of the Tao realm to be extremely high. In terms of the Tao realm, one had to be proficient in at least the interception of fate, karma, and impermanence, the three innate great Taos. Then, one had to be able to predict the direction of misfortune, fortune, and balance. Those who liked to fight would be able to predict the direction of misfortune, including life and death, destruction, and so on. Those who liked to cultivate nature would be able to understand the creation, yin and yang, the five elements, and so on. Those who walked the path of balance would have both good and bad luck. Basically, it would be more good luck than bad luck to be balance. Apparently, the blind old man walked the path of prophecy or balance. His Tao realm knowledge system was very broad, so he could reduce the power of the flying sword, maintain a constant distance, and support the use of Tao arts. However, he didn't have a direct method of killing. Of course, he would never say it out loud. Rulu. Cut off Lu Yangchu's dog head to show the heavens. This was also the most common choice for prophecy judgment magic. Even so, the prophecy judgment magic would still be blinded. It was easy to imagine that if the prophecy judgment magic was chosen in the wrong direction, not only would the prophecy judgment magic not kill anyone, the prophecy judgment magic would destroy itself first. The more mystical the Tao technique, the more restrictions there were. This was the rule of the heavens. Therefore, the final step of killing was done by the silent man. It was also a last resort. Chapter 1853. Ever since Lu Xiaoyi started cultivating, he had encountered many instantaneous sorcerers. Starting from fish leap and sword insertion, this was the patent of a true genius. Beside him, Qing Xian was the most classic example of instantaneous sorcery. As far as he knew, this guy had always wanted to raise his instantaneous sorcery to the level of psychic sorcery. Even after thousands of years, he still hadn't succeeded. One could imagine how difficult it was. The fact that Silent Mouth was able to do it made him look at him in a different light. Lu Xiaoyi decided that he would help his friend when he got out of here and shut his mouth. Maybe he would be able to master it. The blind old man couldn't attack, but he could perfectly defend and support him, and complete the attack with the help of Silent Mouth. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't attack with his flying swords, nor could he get close to him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. When it came to the purity of orthodoxy, interior won. When it came to the diversity of orthodoxy, exterior had its own uniqueness. In fact, if it weren't for the problems with the qualification of interior, these people would have entered interior. The exclusivity of Taoism and Buddhism dominated everything. Rulu. Eternal night is hard to return, evil spirits are the best. Countless evil spirits appeared around Lu Xiaoyi and pounced on him. He sighed and threw out his flying swords. Once again, evil spirits and flying swords clashed in the sky. How many times had the opponent changed his attack pattern? He couldn't do anything to them, But the two of them couldn't do anything to him, a freak who had mastered 12 Tao state. If they wanted to kill him, they needed to have absolute power. Who had that? After a few rounds, he had a preliminary understanding of the art of judgment and prophecy. His opponent had used a total of 6 Tao states in the battle. Luck, interception, karma, and impermanence were the basics. These 3 Tao states were ingeniously combined to form the art of prophecy. Then, in the direction of the art of prophecy, it combined with the great way of space to prevent him from getting close. Combined with the great way of void, it destroyed his flying sword. He was familiar with some of these great ways, but he wasn't. So he needed time to decipher them. He had placed most of his energy on the silent person. Or rather, he focused on how the two of them could cooperate seamlessly. He believed that this was the key to the battle. The blind old man's prophecies could only be effective 3 times at the same time. There might be some hidden information, but 4 of them was a huge hurdle. It was impossible for a bunch of prophecies to come true at the same time. That was not something a human could do. Perhaps only an immortal could do it. Therefore, he had been maintaining the attacking posture of the flying sword so that the blind old man would not dare to stop his influence on the flying sword. This had taken up one of his precious prophecies quota. He had also occasionally made sudden attacks, which had taken up another quota of prophecies to maintain a certain distance. In other words, the other party could only make 1 type of judgment on him, and at most 2. This was also the reason why he could still deal with it easily. Although he couldn't break it for the time being, his rich combat experience and intuition allowed him to make the most correct choice. To be honest, he was very depressed. However, the two of them were equally distressed. Seeing that the swordsman was becoming more and more proficient in deciphering prophecies, the two of them had no choice but to take the risk. Against a orthodoxy like the swordsman, normal forbidden techniques and secret techniques are useless against him. Although his flying swords couldn't break through, they were still strong within his defensive circle. Unless senior brother can directly predict that his flying swords would be ineffective. The silent old man made this judgment. Among his previous opponents, his attacks had always been able to achieve a certain degree of success. However, the swordsman's flying swords were too fierce, and he also knew a lot about Tao. This made his attacks pale in comparison. The blind old man's divine sense replied, "No, I can't do it. Prophecies have limitations, and I can't do things outside the scope of my abilities. I also have a killing intent in my prophecies, but once I use it, if he doesn't die, I'll die. However, I think the chances of it being ineffective are higher. I can't decide whether he lives or dies. This swordsman's foundation is extremely deep, and it's not just because of his sharp sword techniques." The silent old man's divine sense suggested, "Then, let me do it. 3 lives mistaken/technique. Although I haven't studied it thoroughly, it should be enough to deal with a first severance primordial divinity transformation cultivator. However, I need you to predict the time." The blind old man smiled bitterly. "You really think too highly of me. Do you think I've comprehended all 36 great Taos? I can predict the time of judgment, but 3 lives judgment requires 3 prophecies. I can only make 1 prophecy. Do you think I'll use it to defend against a flying sword attack? Or to defend against close-range attacks?" As expected, his greatest ability was to control 4 prophecies at the same time. 3 lives prophecies were too advanced. He couldn't decide 3 lives with 1 word, so he could only make 1 judgment. Moreover, my Tao realm of time is limited. You know, I'm just about to reach the next level, and I'm far from perfection. Therefore, you'll have to be the main attacker. I can only help you watch." The silent old man nodded. "If that's the case, we can give it a try. If it still doesn't work, I think the swordsman will definitely find a loophole in our attacks. What should we do? Should we attack or stay?" Both of them were very experienced. When they were growing up, they had been bullied severely because of their strange appearances before they had mastered their great techniques. Therefore, they had to consider defeat before considering victory. This was a habit that had been forced out of them. The blind old man sneered. We'll just do our best. What else can we do? Are we really going to sell this old bag of bones to them? The glory of the exterior realm isn't just shared by the two of us. There are others who aren't inferior to us. If we can't hit them, we'll run away. We should learn from the swordsman's method. Look at these hundreds of thousands of years. Who said that the swordsman was afraid of the enemy? The silent old man laughed. Good, that's exactly it. However, the swordsman's method isn't called running, it's called wielding the sword. Heh, which orthodoxy in this universe could fuse running and fighting together so perfectly? If he can do it with the sword vein, why can't we? The two of them came to an agreement and made some preparations. The silent old man hadn't spoken for 1,000 years, but he had to speak for the sake of this mistaken killing of 3 lives. Just like the silent meditation of Buddhism, it wasn't that he couldn't speak, but that he had to do it at a critical juncture. Although his mouth was closed, he could still breathe through his nostrils. Without his tongue, he could only use ventriloquism to stir his nostrils. The origin of the smell of your ass is the god of mud and salted eggs. The god of swollen eggs is the god of mud and maggot. It was a bit of a mouthful, but the blind old man still understood. With my future wish, I'll kill your present body. With my present body, I'll kill your past shadow. The uniqueness of this spell was that it could use one's future to cut the opponent's present, and use one's present to cut the opponent's past. In the end, it would use one's past to perish together with the opponent's future. This was the ancient strategy of the superior Psi against the middle Psi against the inferior Psi, and the inferior Psi against the superior Psi. However, the more ancient and simple it was, the more effective it was. However, the prerequisite was that the cultivator had to have extraordinary instantaneous spells. This was because the cultivator had to control the killing of 3 lives at the same time. What was difficult for others was easy for a psychic sorcerer like the silent old man. This was where his confidence came from. Chapter 1854. The blind old man immediately made a prophecy when he saw his companion making the move. This was an effect that could only be achieved through the combination of fate interception, karma, impermanence, and time samsara. To be honest, it was a little difficult for him because time and samsara were both mysterious and unpredictable great Taos. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary cultivator to master one, let alone someone like him who needed to master many Tao realms to use the judgment of prophecy. However, it was still effective to a certain extent because of his proficiency in the 3 basic great Taos. Rulu. Climb high and look far, see the future. Rulu. Rely on Tao for a lifetime, fight for the present. Rulu. Rise and fall of the Kang Sea, pass by time. The best way to see a person's 3 lives was to kill him in the yang spirit stage. However, in the primordial spirit or yin spirit stage, the past and future were blurred because one's realm was not high enough. This was the unique characteristic of the 3 stages of a supreme. Therefore, in a battle between cultivators below the yang spirit stage, seeing the past and future was meaningless. It could not affect the present world, nor could it be seen clearly. It was a useless effort. However, there would always be orthodoxies that did not take the ordinary path and used surprise tactics to build their methods on the impossible. This included the mistaken killing of 3 lives of the Silent Man's sect. In fact, the best target for the mistaken killing of 3 lives was young spirit cultivators, because their past and future were incomparably clear. There was no way to use it in the present. This sword cultivator's flying sword was amazing, and his Tao realm was vast. If he didn't use any strange moves, sooner or later, there would be trouble. Therefore, he needed the blind old man's help. The two of them had worked together for 1,000 years and knew each other's strength very well. That was why they could work together so well. In an instant, the 3 of them lost control because this was a battle of ideologies. Their bodies floated out of control, leaving only the past, present, and future in their consciousness to compete. The competition was between Lu Xiaoyi and the Silent Man. However, the blind old man did not escape because his judgment of prophecy was somewhat immovable. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi's past and future, especially the past and future that he deliberately revealed, was a tragedy for anyone. Lu Xiaoyi was able to hide the young master's past in Lu province because he had not yet fully expanded it. If a few hundred years had passed and the young master's past had expanded, these two pasts would have slowly faded away. He would not have been able to do this. The two exterior geniuses were both unfortunate and fortunate. The two of them weren't killed by the immortal sword because the blind old man couldn't see them. Because there was a layer between the people who kept their mouths shut. The 3 lives mistaken killings were carried out simultaneously. He kept saying that he would become a golden immortal in the future. Of course, he was not a true golden immortal, because Chuan Ming himself did not know what a true golden immortal looked like or what abilities he had. This was just a golden immortal that he had imagined as a mortal cultivator. The ability displayed was far below that of a golden immortal, but also far above that of a mortal cultivator. He only used the basic ability of a golden immortal, but even with the basic ability, Lu Xiaoyi, who was a powerful half-immortal, was instantly killed. In his consciousness, the world was annihilated. Lu Xiaoyi's future was Hong's existence. It was so high that it couldn't get any higher, but he couldn't imagine what kind of ability Hong had. Therefore, he was too lazy to think about it. It was just an empty shell hanging there, completely useless. As far as he was concerned, what special abilities would a golden immortal need? Wouldn't he be able to kill his opponent by sitting on him with his butt? He didn't have to worry about this at all when he was fighting. What was the use of losing a future consciousness? He had an unparalleled power in the present world. Who could kill him? Therefore, in the eyes of Chuan Ming, the most difficult part was how to use his past to perish together with his opponent's future. But in reality, it was so simple. He had a special way of returning consciousness. When he met a golden immortal who had Hong but was just an empty shell, he only needed to use his past consciousness to drag his opponent's future into destruction. In his consciousness, Lu Xiaoyi's future was annihilated. In the blink of an eye, Chuan Ming found himself in an invincible position. That was because he only had the last part of the 3 lives mistaken killings left. He needed to use his present consciousness to kill this swordsman's past consciousness. It couldn't be easier, even easier than using his future consciousness to kill his opponent's present consciousness. After all, the past and future consciousness were fictitious consciousnesses. Because they weren't real, they were very vague, unlike his present consciousness. His present consciousness was almost the same as his complete mental state, possessing the richest and most complete attack and defense system. This was his present self. Wasn't it easy for him to kill his opponent's past? But that was where the strangeness happened. His present consciousness was turned to dust the moment it came into contact with the swordsman's past. Normally, if he couldn't kill his opponent with the 3 lives mistaken killings, he could just retreat. But Chuan Ming's 3 lives mistaken killings couldn't be retreated. This was the price he had to pay for this technique's power. If the 3 lives mistaken killings couldn't confuse others, it would confuse himself. Chuan Ming nervously considered his next move. He had killed his opponent's present and future in a battle of consciousnesses, but he had failed in his past. What did this mean? It meant that his opponent's consciousness would forever live in the past, and that he would forever be stuck in his future imagination. What was supposed to be a dead end had now become a true mutual destruction. In a battle of consciousnesses, the swordsman's past wouldn't appear in the present world, and his future wouldn't appear in the present world either. This was the tragedy of the 3 lives mistaken killings. It couldn't fail. In theory, it was impossible for this technique to fail. To Chuan Ming, his future killing his opponent's present and his present killing his opponent's past were all in the bag. The only loophole was that his past and future would perish together. But even if that wasn't possible, he had constructed a lot of his past consciousness, so he wasn't afraid of losing anything. At most, he would lose some memory fragments from his past life. But he didn't expect that this time, he would stumble in the present world and throw himself into it, resulting in an awkward situation where he couldn't advance or retreat. But he was overthinking things. There was actually a very important participant in this 3 lives mistaken killings. It was the blind old man. The blind old man wasn't in charge of attacking, but was only in charge of providing a clear environment for the 3 lives mistaken killing. Because he was blind, he couldn't see the swordsman's past. Although this saved his life, he couldn't maintain the 3 lives mistaken killings. In just an instant, the mistaken killings came out, and Chuan Ming was directly expelled from the mistaken killings state. His expulsion meant that the mistaken killings state had failed. His injuries weren't light. Similarly, Chuan Ming was also forced out of the 3 lives mistaken killings. As the victim, Lu Xiaoyi was fine, but Chuan Ming was forever trapped in a vicious cycle of his past, present, and future, unable to escape for the rest of his life. Such a state was no different from death. Chapter 1855. Lu Xiaoyi reacted quickly and shot out his flying sword. "I'll kill you while you're down," but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than a person who had lost his will to fight. Carrying his old friend, the blind old man sighed and went straight out of the Milky Way. It was a pity. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to thoroughly understand the mystery of the judgment art. This was also the reason why he didn't fight back when he was repeatedly judged. Although the judgment art was a headache, it didn't mean that he was helpless. Among the 3 cornerstones of the judgment art, he had already seen through the secrets of the impermanence and knew a little about the karma interception. He could still think of a way. Unfortunately, the other party attacked so suddenly that he wasn't prepared at all. If he hadn't covered up his past, he would have been exposed immediately. Now, it was obvious that the ingrate was targeting him. Within the rules, he had no other choice but to accept it silently. He just didn't know if the experience of 3 lives this time was enough for the ingrate to see anything. Out of the Milky Way, the outside world was already a mess. Those who entered, those who came out, those who pushed and pulled, those who died, those who lived, and those who ran. It was impossible to count and judge the situation. One moment, the exterior had the upper hand, and the next moment, the interior had the upper hand. How delightful. Even the north wind was swept in. Military Monk and Qing Xian were nowhere to be seen. No one knew if they were dead or struggling in the Milky Way. This was the 3rd time he had entered the palace, and it was not easy for him to come out alive. He had a faint feeling that he was the vanguard of the interior realm. It was not easy to win the respect of these monsters of the interior realm. He had to take it step by step. A monster who was still in the tug-of-war camp said angrily, "Lu Jun, there are also a few cowards in our interiors. They're a disgrace to everyone." Looking in the direction he pointed, there were indeed a few figures wandering around. They were from the interior. Unlike the exterior monsters who turned around and left after coming out, these old people didn't leave. They wanted to stay, but they were worried about the gossip of their companions. If they left, they were afraid that they would leave the circle of the interior forever. Dugu Chodao was just a saying. One would never be able to leave the circle of masters, the circle of domains, the circle of orthodoxy, the circle of the interior. Only in such a circle could one prove that they were in the trend. Once they left, everything that happened in the future would have nothing to do with them. This was something that no one wanted to see. Lu Xiaoyi tried his best to push them away as he took the opportunity to greet them. "Fellow Taoists, you seem to be quite free. Just now, I almost admitted defeat and joined you guys in a pile." These people were currently in an awkward situation. They were not afraid of being blamed, but they were afraid of being ignored and treated as outsiders. If this continued for a long time, they would lose face. If they really left, this separation would be difficult to eliminate. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi's teasing came at the right time. "Lu Jun can also admit defeat. Don't you swordsmen fight to the bitter end?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Bullshit. Am I going to throw my life away in exchange for an insignificant memorial arch? In a few years, they would be burned as firewood. We swordsmen are free and unfettered with our swords. You won't understand." The few of them laughed, feeling as if they had found a bosom friend. "We understand. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here. If we can't continue to act tough, we can only run away." Lu Xiaoyi agreed. "Fellow Taoist, It seems like you guys have thoroughly studied the word zone of my sword vein. Don't leave yet. There will be a battle at Hung River later. You guys are slacking off now. When the time comes, you have to show your strength. Only then will it be fair. The few of them were donkeys on the slope. They only needed such a simple sentence. When it was spoken by Lu Jun, it had a very different meaning. With just a few words, he won the favor of these monsters. It couldn't be any easier. The friendship between people was actually very simple. Until now, he had already killed 7 of them. In addition to the contributions of Marching Monk, Qing Xian and the rest, the situation of the tug-of-war finally became balance. Victory and defeat were about to be decided. However, it was also the most intense moment because the real masters at the back of the exterior realm had begun to join the battle. They had been conserving their strength for a long time and had an advantage over the monsters of the interior realm who were generally overdrawn with their mana and spirit. It was also at this moment that Lu Xiaoyi decisively made his slogan when he saw that the time was right. The interior and exterior determine the universe. There's no shame in retreating. Eventually, the East Mountain will rise again. Old and young, run for the future. The timing was just right. Many of the monsters of the interior realm who had fought a battle and barely survived were actually waiting for this sentence. They had already contributed and done their best. Who would be willing to throw their lives away here? However, they couldn't say this. Whoever said it would be guilty and afraid of death. The only one who dared to say it openly was Lu Xiaoyi. 3 battles in a row and 7 people were expelled. There was nothing wrong with him saying that he had to run if he couldn't beat them. However, seeing that his breath was not chaotic and calm, and that he continued to push the river after coming out, it was obvious that the 3 battles didn't affect him at all. Since he still said this, it was definitely not for himself, but to give everyone a way out. This was a kind gesture. It was accepted. It also created a certain kind of status. In order to recruit people, he had to work slowly and carefully. He also had to find a good opportunity to do this in front of these half-immortal monstrous geniuses with ease. Moreover, he was able to succeed. One had to admit that Lu Xiaoyi was very good at winning people's hearts. Unknowingly, he had established himself as the core of this generation of half-immortals. If he could lead everyone to victory in a few more battles, everything would be settled. This was much more effective than the countless words he usually used to get close to people. Whether it was those who were still in the tug-of-war or those who had already retreated to the side, everyone felt very relaxed. There was no sense of crisis that they would either succeed or die trying. Those who were in the tug-of-war were very relaxed because they could retreat if they couldn't win. Anyway, there were already a few people standing outside, so it wasn't shameful for everyone to gather together. Those who had already retreated were even more relaxed because there were still people coming after them. Everyone was still one and no one had to look down on anyone. This was actually a good mentality for a real battle. Could no one understand it? No, everyone would be able to understand it. They were all monsters that were at least 2,000 years old. What could be hidden from them? But so what if they understood it? My strength was unparalleled. I knew how to take care of everyone's feelings. I didn't use everyone as a stepping stone to advance. I can still lead everyone to victory. So, why can't I? Anyway, there must be an end. There must be a leader. Whether it was in a practical sense or in a spiritual sense, if you can do it, you can also come, okay? At least, Lu Xiaoyi did everything in the open. This made people feel that they weren't deceived or used. This was very important. Don't use too much strength. If you continue to push me, I will be pushed by you again. Are you treating me like a donkey? Lu Xiaoyi complained loudly. Everyone praised him together. Capable people do more work, Lord Lu. Chapter 1856. While pushing the river, Lu Xiaoyi was still reminiscing about his experience in the last battle. He had to admit that the judgment prophecy was indeed magical. It was so magical that even a swordsman like him was excited to see it. The blind old man and his companion did not succeed. It was not that their judgment art was not strong enough, but that there was a problem with the way they used it. They used the judgment prophecy as the main form of attack and defense. This was the wrong direction. It was difficult to directly judge a person's life and death. Everyone was a half-immortal. Who could say that they would die just because they were judged? The real use of the judgment prophecy should be in support. It should be used in a split second. Cultivators should have their own attack and defense system. They should use the judgment prophecy at the crucial moment. This was the best way to use it. Lu Xiaoyi was pushed into the Milky Way. It was not that the monsters were playing tricks on him. It was just that he was one of the few powerful people who still had strong combat power. For the sake of the interior realm, who else could push him? He finally got what he wanted. His opponents were one of the strongest pairs of exterior realm masters, Marathi and Engge. This was Lu Xiaoyi's fourth time entering the Milky Way. He had already defeated 3 groups of exterior realm masters. This was also the third time Marathi and Engge had entered the Milky Way. They had defeated 2 interior realm masters. Both of them were full of mana and fighting power. They were full of confidence. Both of them knew that in other battles, others might have a way to retreat. However, they did not. This was a life and death battle. Both of them were the only ones who cared about the gains and losses of the Hung River. Marathi guaranteed. Lu Xiaoyi was going to be destroyed. They had caused such a big commotion. There was no room for negotiation. No one would talk now. Marathi and Engge were also a battle team. However, they were different from the blind old man and the silent man. The blind old man's judgment prophecy was amazing, but he was limited by his realm. It was difficult for him to directly judge a person's life and death. This was the biggest problem. If he could not cause fatal damage to the swordsman, it was just amazing. Life because of the judgment prophecy, death because of the judgment prophecy. In short, it was too monotonous to be strong. The pairing of Marathi and Engge was more traditional. People always thought that tradition was old-fashioned, but in fact, in the world of cultivation, tradition was the truth that had survived the test of time. They were the righteous path, and also the most difficult to deal with. Lu Xiaoyi staggered to his feet. He was still using his signature whipping escape technique. After twitching for a long time, even his flying sword began to twitch. It was not that his control was weak, but that his control was so precise that it was impossible to determine where the sword chi would land, its might, and its speed. It was like a light bulb with an unstable voltage, flickering on and off. Between the light and the darkness, there was a fierce killing intent. Marathi and Engge stood side by side. Obviously, they would not choose to compete with the swordsman in terms of speed. That was the stupidest way. No matter how well they worked together, they were not one person. There would always be differences and misunderstandings. The swordsman, on the other hand, was the best at splitting up and teaming up to defeat them one by one. Marathi instantly entered his body. He knew how terrifying this swordsman was, so he would not be careless enough to test him. The deity of lice descended, and Marathi transformed. 1 face, 3 eyes, and 4 arms. His face was dignified and handsome, his skin was extremely light, and he had the messy blue-black hair of an ascetic. The top of his head was decorated with a river and a crescent moon, and a necklace of skulls hung around his neck. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was wrapped in tiger skin. There were cobras coiled around his body, and he held a trident, a black bow, a water jar, and a drum on his waist. Lice had many signs, such as Linga, terror, gentleness, Superman, 3 faces, dancing king, lord of glass, lord of half-women, and so on. Linga, male root, was the most basic sign of Shiva. It was different from the yang gods of Hung River. Although yang gods could also transform into lice, they lacked a trace of deity like Marathi. There was a fundamental difference between them. A deity who was armed to the teeth. Anga was a different kind of person. He was a very elegant cultivator, so elegant that he was nothing but elegant. He perfectly explained the rhythm of his ancestors. He had good eyesight and knowledge, and he had reached the peak of the Tao of support. When Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword flew over, he was the one who made the move. 1 point of the wind rose, 2 points of the stars shook, and 3 points of the Dingjun mountain weakened the sword light layer by layer, but he did not completely destroy it. He only reduced the sword light to a level that everyone could accept. There were 3 deities beside him, and together with the main body, they each had their own uses. They were Anger's doll, Anger's clown, and Anger's patient. Thus, they formed an unbreakable offensive and defensive system. However, his role in support had not been fully realized yet, and he could only gradually understand it in battle. The river of swords swept across the sky, and the Tao changed. It broke through Anger's defense, and under the convergence of the sword light, it slashed down. His target was Anger, and this was also his fighting habit. He preferred to fight with his assistants because he knew very well that these guys could bring him trouble. As long as they were around, he would almost never be able to use his strength as he wished. The doll was hit by the sword. Pieces of cloth fluttered in the air, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. It was hard to imagine that the little doll was not annihilated after being hit by such a sword. Its big eyes were filled with brutality, and its face was pale. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It bit Anger's neck and sucked, and instantly came back to life. This was a blood object. It lived on the blood of cultivators. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not have the chance to continue his experiment, because Marathi's attack had arrived. Amidst the vibrations of the waist drum, long black arrows chased after him as if they had grown eyes. They were so fast that they were not any slower than the flying sword. The waist drum was used to disturb the mind. It was exactly the same as the one he had encountered during his battle with Ritich Khan. The only difference was that the disturbance to the divine soul was more intense, and the waves were more obvious. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown into a big lake. Circles of ripples spread out and rushed into every space within the range of the mini Milky Way. He was very familiar with such disturbances. Previously, there was the cauldron of Shunbu, and then there was Ritich Khan's flower drum. These were all similar techniques. With his years of research, he should have been able to deal with them easily. However, he still felt a strong disturbance, and even his control of the flying sword was deviating. This should not be, but after paying a little more attention, he understood the problem. The problem was with Anger. Although he did not attack directly, he was like a multiplier, intensifying the disturbance to Marathi's divine soul through a special method. He could even control the disturbance to a certain extent and cause it to affect according to his own thought. If the disturbance to the divine soul was not specifically controlled, the effect would be very limited. With his experience, he could basically ignore it. However, if there was a targeted control and the changes were completely irregular, then it was not something he could completely ignore. The purpose of all this was the black bow in Marathi's hand. Chapter 1857. The black arrow arrived in a flash. Lu Xiaoyi would have been able to accurately shoot down these long swords from a distance if not for the interference of his divine sense. However, with the interference of his divine sense, it was difficult for him to intercept them from a distance. He could only shoot them down when they were close to his inner defense circle. This meant that if there were any changes, he would have limited time to react. This was only part of the problem. Because of the support of the Godhead, the black arrow's power was abnormally heavy. It wasn't something that a single sword beam could rival. He even needed to gather all his sword beams to completely destroy it. Fortunately, this thing was far from reaching the level of his flying swords that could blot out the sky and cover the earth. This was not the only problem. With the help of the divinity, the arrow was very accurate. Even with his sluggish flying art, he could not escape from it. It was like a maggot attached to a bone. Ang Ji's attack was indeed extraordinary. His vision was accurate and he directly targeted Lu Xiaoyi's weakness. This was probably the reason why he was able to escape in the void and come back now. He was very proactive, as if he wanted to prove that he was not a coward who ran away from a battle. Lu Xiaoyi was excited by the strong opponent. How long had it been since he used all his strength? The last time was when he killed Ritich Khan. He liked such opponents because they could help him improve. They could help him grow. Especially the people of the exterior realm. Their orthodoxy was strange and they had many tactics. If it was not for the circumstances, he would have gone to the exterior realm. With a leap, he had already left the area of the battlefield. To Marathi and the other two, this was nothing out of the ordinary. This was the essence of a swordsman's so-called flying sword. If you can't beat your opponent, run away, and come back to fight again. However, there was something strange. In theory, no one could completely escape the detection of the swordsman in the Milky Way. Of course, he would not just admit defeat and jump out of the Milky Way. He must have used a spatial skill. It was a very advanced spatial skill. When he escaped into space, there were no pauses or spatial fluctuations. It was like a hooligan sneaking into a widow's house in the middle of the night. Then, little gangster slipped out from the back door. It wasn't that the opponent couldn't guard against him. In fact, no matter which direction he came out from, he would be caught at any time. The reason why he did this was because soul disturbance had a very short time to arrive when it was transmitted in wave. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to notice such a small difference in time, but a sharp swordsman would be able to unleash a wave of flying daggers in this short period of time. The target of the attack was still the graceful Anger. Although they were no longer as strong as before, with the help of powerful allies, they were still as proud as roosters. But even a rooster would be scared. Because from the beginning of the battle, the flying sword had only been aiming at him. This swordsman was completely unreasonable. Between the two of them, Marathi was the master. Malati reminded him, only one person. This was the swordsman's psychological tactic. Especially the one who wasn't deeply involved in the incident. His goal was to make you feel unjust and unbalanced, so that you would feel fear, retreat, and protect yourself. Planting a thorn between the two of us, and when the battle suddenly changes, you won't be able to make the right choice like when you're completely focused. This is a terrifying opponent, and his killing methods are not only limited to his sword. There are many other aspects as well. Anger nodded. How could he not know this? But knowing and being calm and composed were two different concepts. The flying daggers slashed down, and Anger's head was still on top of it. But the first time, it was slaughter, and the second time, it was the 5 element. From the performance of Anger's doll, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between the two. Just as the sword reached the arrow, it disappeared. It was obvious that the sword had entered the space to prepare for the next attack. If we can't solve the problem of space, we'll never be able to catch him. I've seen him teleport a few times, but he's always been a certain distance away. It's obvious that our soul disturbance didn't affect him, but it was weakened by the distance. So, we can either get closer to him and attack. If he's in the center of the soul disturbance, he won't be able to teleport into the extra-dimensional space. Or we can only use the method of destroying the space. What do you think? Marathi shook his head. Let's use our methods and see if he can handle it. He's cunning and has a lot of battle experience. How can he get close to us so easily? If he really gets close, we'll see. I don't care, but you'll be in danger. It's better not to try. The two of them had decided on their plan and began to prepare. When Lu Xiaoyi appeared in the Milky Way again, Marathi threw out a matrix technique. It was a space restriction technique called color sky. It didn't completely block the extra-dimensional space in the Milky Way, but it added the attribute of the color realm to the extra-dimensional space nearby, thus gaining the right to freely enter and exit. A half-immortal throwing a matrix technique was a bit ridiculous, but it was a common thing in the cultivation world. Not every half-immortal could make a matrix technique, and not every half-immortal was willing to spend time and effort to make one. The process of making a matrix technique was very complicated, and it would affect one's cultivation. Generally, only the late-stage half-immortals who had no hope of ascending to immortality would make a few matrix techniques for their juniors. Therefore, it was very precious even for half-immortals, not to mention those who had not fully reached the standard of half-immortals. It was like coating the extra-dimensional space with a layer of color realm film. It was very specific, but it depended on who it was used on. Color was emptiness. Lu Xiaoyi was well versed in Buddhism, especially when he was one of the 36 innate Taos. Among them, there were some innate Taos that were part of the innate Taos. The Tao state flowed and the karmic virtues were unpredictable. Thus, this layer of color world was completely useless to him. Next, it was Ang Ge's turn. Ang Ge used his sect's shadow projection technique, which was to cast a spell on a person and make them carry a star on their back. The effect of the star would not be felt during normal times, but once the spacewalk was performed, the spacewalk would be too narrow, and the star would be too big to pass through. This technique had been used during Lu Xiaoyi's time in Jin Dan's time. However, it was called mountain carrying technique, which relied on a mountain that did not exist in the real world to restrict the opponent's movement. At that time, it was mountain carrying technique, but now, it had improved and changed to star carrying technique. This technique tested the mental strength of the cultivator. If one's mental strength was not enough, they would not be able to get rid of the burden of the star. They could only carry this kind of thing that did not exist, and would appear to cause trouble when passing through the space warp. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. With a wave of the Sparrow Palace, he had thrown away the shackles of the star. The so-called magical techniques, forbidden techniques, secret techniques, matrix techniques, Tao illumination, and so on, were actually tests of a cultivator's foundation. If you were immersed in this aspect, your opponent would not be able to catch you. On the other hand, you would not be able to get rid of it. His vast knowledge of the Tao realm provided him with many ways to solve problems. His mental strength was impeccable, and he had no shortcomings in any aspect. Naturally, these so-called magical techniques were useless to him. This was the foundation of a cultivator. Chapter 1858. Lu Xiaoyi continued to slash at Anger. The reason was very practical. Once something was related to God, it would become immortal. It was very troublesome. Of course, part of the reason was because of psychological warfare. Anger had already seen through it, but there was nothing he could do about it. As long as he kept slashing, he would be able to break through Anger's mental defenses. This was also the standard tactic of street brawls. Up until now, both sides had yet to use their full strength. Melati and Anger did not use their full strength because they had not fully seen through the swordsman's abilities. Anger's teleportation was enough to make them unable to use their full strength. If they used their full strength, the swordsman would be able to hide in another dimension. Lu Xiaoyi did not use his full strength either because he knew that his opponents were waiting for him to use his full strength. This was a psychological battle. Before the battle, Qing Xian had already reminded him not to gamble with his life just because he was greedy for speed. It was actually a priceless advice. After cultivating for so long, he was no longer the hothead who was only greedy for speed. Speed was something that could only be manifested when one was slow. It was a change in rhythm. He had already mastered the change in rhythm of speed. What he needed to do now was to change the rhythm of his battle tactics. There were many reasons why Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to do so. Melati's strength made him an opponent that had to be respected. As a pure disciple of Henghe river system, Lu Xiaoyi was familiar with his methods because he had come into contact with them too many times. However, Melati was not someone to be trifled with. His familiar moves had been strengthened by his divinity. Not only were they more powerful, but they also had a trace of immortality in them. Therefore, he had to first slay Anger and then focus on the battle with this demigod. Angi had 3 trump cards, or at least that was what it looked like now. He had been using the Angi doll all this time, which was a scapegoat. It had a strong life force, and a single Tao realm cultivator was useless against it. It relied on its bloodline to be indestructible, just like a vampire. Or was it more accurate to call him a vampire count? There was also the Anger clown and the Anger patient. He still had not figured out their uses. What he needed to do now was to force out the true nature of these 2 little things. If he did not break these 3 strange things, he would not be able to slay Anger. The battle was carried out according to the precise calculations of both sides. In a true battle of life and death, impulsiveness and hot-bloodedness would not solve the problem, and cowardice and fear would only lead to death. Calm down. He was extremely calm. persevering and not being tempted, insightful insight, a penetrating judgment. Everything was for that one moment of eruption. The three of them understood that the other party was such a person, so they were very careful. When the three of them were abnormally calm, there could only be one result: depressing. It was incomparably dull. The swordsman didn't have a heroic and indomitable aura. His divine form, on the other hand, was completely cowardly. It was as if they weren't fighting 2 against 1, but 2 against 3. The black arrows were still shooting out. Lu Xiaoyi could acutely sense the different sources of power contained in the arrows. The Henghe River orthodoxy did not pay much attention to the innate Tao, but it did not mean that the attacks were monotonous. The black arrows contained many different levels of power, such as earth, water, fire, wind, space, sun, moon, and sacrifice. Marathi was using the changes of different powers to find the best way to deal with his opponent, just like what Lu Xiaoyi was doing. Therefore, the collision between the flying sword and the long arrow was not as simple as it seemed. How could a half-immortal do such a useless thing? They were both looking for each other's weaknesses, probing each other, confusing each other, and setting up traps. In such a collision, they were competing with each other to see who could grasp the essence of the other party better. They were closer to the truth. The competition was everywhere, including the disturbance of the divine sense. Now, the two exterior geniuses were using Marathi to beat the drum, while ENG was adding fuel to the fire. However, Lu Xiaoyi was well aware that the waist drum was a divine object of Marathi, yet it was controlled by ENG. This was unusual. If Lu Xiaoyi got used to it, he would be at a disadvantage in the future. Who was he trying to fool by not controlling his own divine item and giving it to others? Relying on the speed and the space escape, he killed Anger's doll 7 or 8 times. The process was not simple because there were also collisions between the flying sword and the long arrow. The two monsters of the exterior never stopped restricting their ability to move through space. Both sides were disappointed. Lu Xiaoyi did not find a chance to probe further, and Marathi and Anger did not find an effective way to control the space. They could not even delay it, let alone stop it. Lu Xiaoyi's 9th attack was still aimed at Ang Ge as usual. This seemed to have become a fixed pattern, as if this was how it should be. No matter what Ang Ge thought, it was very disrespectful in the world of cultivation to hold down a person and attack him endlessly. But this time, the flying sword suddenly changed direction before it could hit Anger's doll. It suddenly slashed diagonally and collided with the waving trident. Marathi did not let down his guard even when he was idle. This was the quality of an excellent fighter. The force of the sword was so strong that Marathi could not stop himself from drifting. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyi did not escape into the dimensional space as usual. Instead, millions of sword rays rushed down crazily, taking the initiative to seek a change of position. The two monsters of the exterior reacted quickly. Marathi transformed into Superman and Anger's clown jumped out. The rhythm of the waist drum suddenly sped up and Anger's patient opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoyi disappeared into the extra-dimensional space again after Anger's response. His meaning was clear. I'm just kidding. At least one thing was clear. Anger's clown was an attack incarnation with a strong and mysterious power flowing in his body. When Anger's patient opened his eyes, the death aura in his eyes made even Lu Xiaoyi, who had experienced hundreds of battles, feel a little scared. This guy's performance in a real battle was very different from when he had retreated without a fight when they first met. Therefore, he continued to test the waters as if nothing had happened. The two people opposite him did the same. They did not show any anger after being teased. It was as if they were just playing a friendly joke between friends. What a tough opponent. Lu Xiaoyi also acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to test each other and consider the feasibility of his next move. A question arose in his mind. Who's the leader and who's the subordinate in their cooperation? In theory, the tall and mighty god Malati should be the leader. But intuition told him that it was not true. In terms of danger, Anger was even more unpredictable. Is this a trap? It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 1859. Lu Xiaoyi decided to increase the intensity of his sword rays. The essence of a fight was that when one's fist was strong enough, it would change the nature of the battle. Anger was the first to lose. It wasn't that he was weak, but he was always the one getting hit. The doll can't continue like this. The recovery time is increasing, and the amount of blood it needs is also increasing, now that the swordsman is increasing his strength. We can't continue like this. The swordsman is moving around, and there's nowhere for him to go. Marathi agreed with his judgment. According to the current pace, it would be difficult for them to find a way to win. The swordsman hated jumping around you. If you couldn't control him, you could only wait for him to make the first move. Their strategy was based on the swordsman taking the initiative to attack. They had prepared a lot of traps for him, but the swordsman was too cunning to fall for them. He only attacked from afar, and it didn't matter if it was ineffective. He looked like he was going to drag this out until the end of time. Of course, he couldn't drag this out forever, but it was obvious that he wasn't going to get what they wanted. If that's the case, let's get into the rhythm. We can't just keep doing this. We can't keep hiding when we have to. But once we start, we won't be able to stop. You have to be mentally prepared. The two of them reached a consensus. When Lu Xiaoyi came out of the dimensional space again, he could clearly feel the difference. A snake and a clown were pouncing on him. The snake was a cobra that Marathi wore around his neck. In the legends of the Hung River, it represented death and time, but he had to find out more about it. The clown was bouncing around and moving quickly. However, no matter how fast these two things were, they were still no match for his Koton style escape technique. Among all the magical objects that could move, including human cultivators, there was no existence that could keep up with his rhythm. The flying sword accurately hit the two magical objects, but as expected, it had no effect. But he also understood the roots of the two magical objects. The two magical objects were illusory objects that couldn't be controlled by magic power. The cobra was a 7-foot time snake, and each foot represented a stage in a person's life: infant, child, teenager, young adult, old age, and death. This was a snake that could find the past of humans. The clown, on the other hand, was an existence with a split personality. Kindness and evil, gentleness and irascibility, impulsiveness and cautiousness. He was a complete contradiction. If he was tainted by it, it would expand a certain personality of the cultivator to the maximum. That was because humans were inherently contradictory. They possessed every type of personality, but they would only display a certain unique trait under the suppression of their rationality. It wasn't that a kind and noble person wouldn't have any evil thoughts, but rather that their evil thoughts would be suppressed to the point where it was barely discernible. Similarly, an evil person would occasionally have a kind side. However, the role of a clown was to infinitely amplify a cultivator's personality and make it infinitely extreme. This was Lu Xiaoyi's first time coming into contact with these two types of magic item. Cobra can pull the opponent back to the past, but this past is not the reincarnation of your past. Instead, it's your past in the modern world, such as your youth. This was the difference between Henghe system and other systems. The Taoists and Buddhists of the main world emphasized the reincarnation of the past, but Henghe system defined the past as the past of this life. There was a huge difference here. What were they trying to do? It wasn't hard to guess. However, because of the cobra and the clown's attacks, they couldn't be too far away. They had to coordinate with each other from a distance to give the two magic items a chance to get close. Otherwise, if they stayed still, the two magic items would never be able to catch up with the swordsman. Marathi took the lead. His divine form moved, and the black long arrow began to shoot with all his might. No more holding back. Ang Ji's various Tao states were still delayed. Under the current circumstances, the so-called forbidden arts were meaningless. Only the most fundamental changes in the Tao states were the best way to supplement them. The effect might not be great, but even if it only affected a little, it would create an opportunity for the two magic items. At the same time, the waist drum vibrated, and the invasion of the divine sense was magnified to the extreme. The two geniuses of the exterior clearly understood the true meaning of the so-called battle. Lu Xiaoyi didn't panic. After 2,000 years of fighting, there was nothing that could cause him to panic. His opponent made the first move. At least in terms of patience, he was slightly better. He couldn't escape into the dimensional space again. It wasn't that he couldn't, but if he escaped into the dimensional space and came out again, he might be caught by the two magic items. This was a matter of probability. Their senses were completely different from that of a human's. In some aspects, they had unpredictable abilities. In battle, he never relied on luck. Was his opponent trying to pull him into his past? Could it be a youth? Or a teenager? Even if it was pulled in, it didn't mean that he would lose. He didn't even know what would happen if he lost as a teenager. However, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to truly complete a wave of storm-like attacks. I'm not afraid of your desire. I'm only afraid of your lack of desire. Desire was a double-edged sword. It was hard to say who would be cut by it. As his figure turned and fled, the sparrow palace flapped. His mental strength spread out and mixed with the waist drum's divine sense disturbance. It wasn't resistance, nor was it neutralizing. Instead, it was making things worse. In the blink of an eye, the divine sense disturbance in the battlefield increased tremendously. Marathi slapped with all his strength, ENGGE added fuel to the fire, and Lu Xiaoyi perfectly complemented them. Like a band at a party, the drummer, bassist, and keyboardist achieved a spiritual and artistic resonance in an instant. The spiritual sublimation was loud and intense. There were many ways to disrupt the divine sense disturbance, but Marathi had never thought that there would be such a way to destroy the enemy at the cost of one's own life. In such a perilous situation, the flying sword lost control, and the black arrow became dizzy. All the methods based on the divine sense were ineffective in an instant. They even lost the ability to sense each other's position. Sensing that something was wrong, Marathi immediately stopped slapping the waist drum. However, it was too late. Although he stopped slapping, he couldn't take it back. Resonance. The laws of physics that humans in this world had not yet grasped played an amazing role in this moment. In his previous life, a group of soldiers could collapse a bridge as long as they took the right step. But now, the waist drum with a trace of divinity wasn't a divine object after all. It was blown to pieces by a sudden peak resonance. Lu Xiaoyi was the only one who knew what was going to happen. It came from his never-ending research on the divine sense disturbance. Therefore, before the resonance was initiated, the flying swords were aimed straight at Marathi. Without using any divine sense control, they were flying in a straight line. However, he was in the middle of a large-scale maneuver. Therefore, when the resonance broke the waist drum and all the divine sense disturbance disappeared, the black arrow was not in the same direction at all. However, the flying swords were all aimed at one person. It was Marathi. Chapter 1860. Before Marathi could recover from the shock of losing his waist drum, the swords had already arrived. Although he could not control them with his consciousness, the seven-ant sword spirit still managed to change the direction of most of the swords at the last moment, allowing them to accurately find their target. Marathi did not even have time to wave his trident. He had no other choice but to use his disguise to deal with the sword. The Superman form was cut down, followed by the gentle form and then the terror form. It was only until the Lin Jiaxiang that he managed to stabilize himself. However, in this short period of time, Lu Xiaoyi seemed to have changed into a different person. He changed from a calm and carefree swordsman to a crazy butcher. The swords grew from 1 million to almost 3 million, covering the sky and the earth. The light of the entire galaxy increased. This was the situation Marathi was facing after his consecutive disguises. A black bow. How could he have the time to pull the bowstring? Not to mention the countless swords coming down. How could a long arrow block them? Everyone had their own secrets, but this swordsman had the most. Other people would only hide their tail and wave it out to hit people when facing the scenery. However, this swordsman only left his tail out and hit his entire body. This was not his habit, but this was the specialty of a swordsman. They would only reveal themselves when they needed to attack. If they revealed themselves too early, It would be easy to scare people away. The swords gathered, aiming to take Marathi's life. The change in rhythm was too fast. The waist drum was broken, and the trident could not block the endless swords. Other than disguise, Marathi had no other way to protect himself. Furthermore, this was not the time to protect himself. Wasn't this the moment they took the initiative to change? Anga opened his eyes. As he recovered, a cloud of grey fog spread out. This was the power of the plague. It covered a large area, but this method was not suitable in this situation. The Grand Tao of Pestilence had never been ranked among cultivators in battles of magical powers. This was because cultivators needed time to take effect. Lu Xiaoyi did not have time to think about why Anga would use such a method in such an unsuitable situation. Did he have no other choice? Or did he have other plans? However, once he made his move, he would not stop his plan. Now was the best time to kill Marathi. His defensive layer had already been broken. How long could he last by relying on the phase transformation? It had not been easy for him to wait until the other party had used all his strength to harass his waist drum's consciousness. Only then did he have the opportunity to use resonance to break it. If he had slowed down, who knew if this fellow would have used another waist drum? It would be nothing more than inviting the god to send down a brand new godhead and restore the godly image to its original state. Then, his patience would go down the drain. Both sides could only continue to waste time like this, which was not something he wanted to see. Marathi's transformation continued. This time, he had gone through almost all of the transformations: Linjia form, Terror form, Gentle form, Superman form, Three Faces form, Dancing King form, Glassmaster form, Half-Woman form, Icefrost form, Flame form. He wanted to find an opportunity to escape from the transformations. But he was disappointed. The swordsman's swords were too many and too heavy. It was a complete barbarian destruction, not giving him a chance to transform or summon the godhead again. At this point, their plan could be said to be a great success. They had successfully lured out the swordsman's full strength and put themselves in danger. This was actually within their expectations. The swordsman would not take the bait if they did not put themselves in a dead end. This was the most disgusting thing about a combat practitioner who was good at running. You had to give them some benefits. Let them see hope. Now, it was time to see the result. There were many checkpoints. How many could the swordsman break through? He was very curious. Once again, he transformed into the Linjia form. This was also the root form. Only in this state could he return to his original form of the lice. However, the transformation was not endless. It was equivalent to a reincarnation cycle. In order to activate the next transformation, it would require a short period of time. Therefore, it was not wise to transform into the lice during battle unless he had a special need. Lu Xiaoyi immediately became vigilant the moment Marathi transformed into the lice. Having killed many practitioners of the Hang River, he was not unfamiliar with the main deity of the Hang River. At the very least, he had some understanding of the lice from various ancient records. Therefore, before the lice was fully formed, he did three things. Millions of sword lights converged into a circle as they surged forward. They were arranged so tightly that they looked like a huge mirror. At the same time, he leaped into the air and instantly closed in on Marathi. With seven ant in hand, he slashed down. At close range, he opened his mouth and said, "Rulu." The water of the Hung River can never cover the light of the Milky Way. While he was doing this, the lice goddess divine form that had already taken form opened the third eye on its forehead. An awe-inspiring divine light suddenly shot out, carrying with it a power that could destroy everything. However, this invincible divine light hit a wall in front of the huge mirror. It was not cancelled out, but refracted. Seven ant slashed down like lightning. Marathi, who still had one last trump card, turned pale because his water jar abandoned him at the most crucial moment. It did not protect him like the Hung River should have. He was judged by the prophecy. This sword was unstoppable. It contained all of Lu Xiaoyi's strength. It successfully slashed open Marathi's neck, including the skull necklace that was hanging around his neck. Then, it continued down to his chest, waist, and abdomen. The brutal sword aura instantly destroyed Marathi's body, but the strong vitality of a half-deity prevented him from dying immediately. He was still smiling because when Lu Xiaoyi slashed open the skull necklace, the necklace seemed to have come alive and turned into a cobra with its head up and tongue out. The cobra lightning was so close that it bit the web between Lu Xiaoyi's thumb and index finger that was holding the sword. He did not feel any pain, but he knew that something must have happened. The celestial phenomenon rose, and Marathi became a thing of the past. Not far away, Engge sighed. You got what you asked for. Let's go, Mr. Marathi. You have achieved your goal. Leave the rest to me. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi, he explained in a good-natured manner. Engge knows that he can't kill you alone. Even with my help, it won't work. We are just demons, but you are a freak. That's why he used his own death to set up this trap. When you get close to me, the time snake will bite you. The skull necklace is the real snake, and the one outside is just an incarnation. When the snake bites you, it will take you to a certain time period in the past, and of course, my patient. Why? What will happen? You will know when the result is out. Well, my 3 incarnations, the doll and the clown, are actually not very useful. Only the patient can go back to your past. Now that we can't do anything because of the past, why don't we wait and see who will walk out in the end? Chapter 1861. When Lu Xiaoyi got up from the bed, he felt that his waist and back were aching. This could be the after-effects of coming back from the sandkill, or was it because he read the secret books that his mother gave him last night? This shouldn't be the case. Haste makes waste. Such a simple logic wasn't hard to understand. After putting on his clothes, he was still a little cold. There was something flowing down his nose, and his throat was a little tight. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but cough a few times. He had caught a cold. His mood hadn't been very good recently. 8 of his friends had gone to the sand kill to explore. In the end, 2 of them had left, and 2 of them were lying down. Everyone was grounded at home, and no one could go out. Perhaps because of this, his mood was a little low, and he fell ill. At this time, it should be time for him to pay his respects to his mother, but he chose not to go. In this world, it was unfilial to not pay respects to his mother because of a small illness. However, he was a soul that had transmigrated, and he had his own views on hygiene. Compared to infecting his family with a cold, paying respects to his mother wasn't a big deal. What happened next was, of course, a series of stories in the big house. His mother and Aunt Cai came to visit him, the only child. Even if he had made a huge mistake and caused a huge disaster, the only child was still the only child. They were about to call for a doctor, but Lu Xiaoyi stopped them. This kind of small illness was nothing to him, and it would pass in 2 days. For him, who was in the prime of his life, his body was in its best condition. What illness did he have to call for a doctor immediately? But this time, there was a problem with his judgment. He hadn't recovered from his cold for a few days, and he started to have a high fever. His whole body was cold and shivering. He had reached the point where he had no choice but to call for a doctor. After more than 10 days, he didn't know if it was because of the doctor's brilliant methods, or because his body's resistance was strong, but he got through it and slowly got better. He could walk on the ground and eat some light food. But an even bigger problem began to appear. A large number of people in Lu province fell ill, and their symptoms were exactly the same as Lu Xiaoyi's, including the 2 old madams. Lu Xiaoyi realized the seriousness of the problem, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't have an official position, and he hadn't really entered the path of cultivation. He was just a good-for-nothing with a bad reputation. Could it be a rather serious flu? This was also the doctor's opinion. However, in all his years of medical practice, he had never seen an influenza spread so quickly. Of course, they were not called influenza, but epidemic. Even the doctor was not spared. Furthermore, as time passed, patients with the same symptoms began to appear sporadically in Lu province's neighboring markets, shops, and pharmacies. The few old doctors in Pu City came to a conclusion and finally confirmed that this was an epidemic. It was spreading rapidly, and there were already cases of people dying from it. Don't go out, the door is closed. The money was sent in through the people outside. Maintain ventilation, wash your hands frequently, and don't gather together. Lu Xiaoyi made his decision. In the current Lu province, the two madams were bedridden. All sorts of matters, big and small, were on his shoulders, yet his decision was so unreasonable. Don't we need to go to the state capital to get a doctor? Ping'an was very puzzled. He was also one of the few people in Lu province who had no symptoms. Could it be that his body's resistance was strong, and he was in the prime of his life? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No need. It's too late. At night, he went to his mother's bedside and held his mother's hand tightly. His mother was very weak now, and she was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. When she was awake, Lu Xiaoyi told her his decision. News has already spread in Pu City, saying that the few of us bumped into something bad in the sand kill, and then it brought disaster to everyone. Lu Yarosha shook her head. It's not my son. My son has the protection of Wen Kuei-shing, so nothing can harm him. Isn't little Yi better? This means that the heavens are very bright. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, Mother, this is actually a simple epidemic. It's purely within the scope of medical science. Those people are ignorant, so they spread such rumors. You don't have to take it to heart. Your son can handle it. However, medical problems can only be solved by common medical knowledge. Our Lu province was the first batch of people to discover the epidemic, and I'm also the first. This is the truth. No one can deny it. Now that there is no medicine to treat the epidemic, how can there be a cure for it every time it happens? Therefore, we can only bear it ourselves. We don't go out because we don't want to spread this epidemic to more people. I think father would have done the same if he were alive. Mother, your son has dragged you down. Lu Yarosha smiled. Her son had grown up and knew what to do and what not to do. Yes, if Major Lu was alive, he would have done the same. This was the integrity of a true scholar official. He was not afraid of making mistakes, but he was afraid of not having the correct attitude towards mistakes. Compared to this, what was life and death? His heart relaxed, and he fell asleep again. Lu Xiaoyi looked up at the sky. He had the dream of saving the world, and had the nature of being kind to others, but at that time, he could not do more. This was a problem of ability, not a problem of attitude. Therefore, he did not feel guilty. During the day, one of the prefect's aides called Hu Yong came to see him. He was a very ordinary official, but he could feel that this person was not ordinary. This was intuition. This person was very likely to be the mutant that the seven of them wanted to be. Hu Yong examined Lu Xiaoyi's body and carefully questioned him about everything that happened in the sand kill. He didn't find anything special, but in the end, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but tell Hu Yong the most important way to deal with epidemics in his previous life: quarantine. He was very clear that this was something that even the government could not do. This required a powerful dynasty and scientific knowledge. This could only happen in his previous life. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. In this world, there was also a very powerful system of power, and that was the power of cultivation. He did not know any cultivators. His friends were all second-rate. Therefore, he could only tell this to Hu Yong. He did not know if he would listen. Could he pass this message to the higher-ups? This was all he could do. A sense of powerlessness took control of him, making him thirst for power more than ever. The situation was getting worse and worse, and it was on the verge of losing control. More and more people died. At first, it was just a rumor, but later, the reality of the people around him appeared, and then family, friends, and neighbors. Pu City was turning into hell. The people who were still alive began to madly retaliate against Lu province. Although they did not dare to rush in, for fear of being infected by the epidemic, the bricks and tiles never stop. The source of food had long been cut off. When the merchants heard that they were from Lu province, they were not willing to sell anything to them, even if they offered a high price. Under such a harsh environment, the people of Lu province began to die of illness one by one, including Aunt Cai, and then his mother. Lu Xiaoyi looked up at the sky. He was depressed and could not vent his frustration. He began to doubt the necessity of his existence. For a kind person, everything that happened was unbearable. Chapter 1862. In the end, only 2 people from Lu province were left. Lu Xiaoyi, who had survived, and Ping En, who was immune to poison. Lu Xiaoyi insisted on going to the streets every day. He walked along the streets and told everyone about his experience with the epidemic. He told everyone to wash their hands and not to gather together, even though he would be chased out by the residents most of the time and covered in bruises from being thrown bricks and tiles. The only thing they did not dare to do was to stay too close to him. They were afraid that they would be infected by the terrible epidemic. The most they left him was, "Troublemaker Lu, why don't you die? You've caused so many deaths. You shouldn't be living in this world anymore. Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Shouldn't you be accompanying your mother in the underworld? How can you still have the face to talk nonsense on the streets and continue to harm people?" However, none of this could stop Lu Xiaoyi. At night, he would return to Lu province, which was like a graveyard, to rest. Then, he would come out in the morning and continue to explain to everyone about how to avoid catching the epidemic. Looking at the loyal Ping En, Lu Xiaoyi asked, "Do you also think that I deserve to die?" Ping En was submissive. "Young master, it's not like that. I just feel too lonely and bored. Everyone is gone. It's not you who deserves to die, it's all of us who deserve to die." Ping En's family, including his mother, wife, and several children. The reason they were still with Lu Xiaoyi was because of the deep-rooted habit they had developed over the past few decades. They did not feel that they should do so. Lu province was empty, and soon Pu city was empty as well. Due to the limited execution of this world's dynasty and their carelessness in the beginning of the epidemic was not controlled in the end. It began to spread around Pu city and spread. Perhaps one day, it would spread to the entire Zhaoya kingdom and the entire mainland. Pu city was empty. The remaining people had nowhere to go. There were no targeted drugs or effective methods, so they could only rely on their own bodies to survive. Funerals were held every day. Later, no one cared about such things anymore. They wrapped themselves in straw mats and buried them hastily. There was no hope, and they could not see the future. The late ban prevented the people of Pu city from leaving the city. However, the remaining people were already immune to the epidemic. They were the strong ones who had been eliminated by nature. He couldn't explain this to them because no one listened to him even when it came to the most basic knowledge of epidemic prevention. The only thing these survivors could do was to direct their anger at the first infected person, Lu Xiaoyi. Everyone unanimously demanded that Lu Xiaoyi commit suicide to appease the anger of the people. The remaining few officials probably had the same idea. They did not even bother to cover it up. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoyi with the same expression, "Why aren't you dead yet?" In Lu province, Lu Xiaoyi and Ping En were munching on pancakes. They didn't have much food left. "Ping En, do you think this young master is a kind person?" Lu Xiaoyi swallowed the pancake in small bites. This was the first time he had experienced something like this as a second-generation heir. Moreover, it was likely that he would not be able to avoid it in the future. Ping En pulled a long face. "Of course young master is. Ever since he was young. It's always been like that." Lu Xiaoyi said, "Do kind people deserve to die?" Ping En was speechless. He was now a walking corpse. He had no interest in anything until the day he collapsed like everyone else. Lu Xiaoyi muttered to himself, "When the epidemic came, no one wanted it to be like that. Everyone said that it was me, Lu Xiaoyi, who brought disaster to this city, perhaps. But if it wasn't for me, would the epidemic not have appeared? No, it would still have appeared. This has nothing to do with any individual. It's Mother Nature's choice. It's telling us that it's time to make changes in certain aspect." He did not care if Ping En understood him. The most important thing was to vent his anger. "My mother taught me to be kind since I was young. I have always done so. I have never given up on any chance to prove my kindness. But I want to tell you, heaven is watching. There's a bottom line to doing evil. There's also a bottom line to being kind. Lu Xiaoyi was almost roaring. I won't take on responsibilities that I shouldn't take on just because I want to fulfill the wishes of others, even if it's the wishes of the vast majority of people. This isn't a matter of being kind or not. This is a matter of principle. I can't become an excuse for people to blame me for no reason just because I'm kind, let alone Lu Province, Pu City. Even if the whole world thinks that I deserve to die, I won't die. That was what Lu Xiaoyi had said, and that was what he had done. When the epidemic spread in Zhaoye Kingdom, the closure of Pu City was in vain. Lu Xiaoyi left the place where he was born and raised. He carried the 13 secret manuals and brought his only loyal servant, Ping'an, out of Pu City. Everywhere he went, he spared no effort to pass on his method to others. He never hid his identity. Even though the legend of the former Sima Lu's son being the source of the epidemic had already spread throughout the Kingdom of Illumination, he was still calm and collected as he went about his own business. Until he reached Zhaoye City, his efforts did not have much effect on the spread of the epidemic. In front of Mother Nature, humans were so small, especially those who had no power and no special powers. The gates of Zhaoye City were tightly shut, and he was denied entry. A Taoist stood on the city wall and shouted, "Junior of the Lu family, how dare you walk around when you're infected and pollute the place? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens and struck by lightning?" Lu Xiaoyi was still calm. "Taoist, you're a cultivator. You should know the reason better than ordinary people. This is not something a person can do. Let alone a mortal like me, even a cultivator might not be able to do it. In that case, why do you have to follow the crowd and be so aggressive?" The Taoist shouted, "Because I know, that's why I'm here to advise you. Follow the trend of the people's hearts, regardless of right or wrong. If you commit suicide here, at the very least, you can get rid of the demons in the hearts of all the people in the world. With hope, it will ignite their desire to live. There are countless people alive. This logic is not difficult to understand. How can a learned scholar like you not understand?" Lu Xiaoyi looked at him. "I can die. For example, you can kill me right now. But I won't kill myself. This is not in line with my philosophy." The Taoist shouted, "Your death can save millions of people, and you don't want to?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. "You're contradicting yourself. Heaven is strong, and people should be strong. If my death can only ignite the desire to live, then they don't have to live." The Taoist's voice was like thunder. "I know you're interested in Tao and have the heart of cultivation. Then you should know about the reincarnation of cultivators. You've done a good deed today, and you'll be successful in your reincarnation. On the other hand, you'll be entangled with karma. Not to mention reincarnation, even your bloodline in Lu Province may not be able to continue. Are you still unwilling to do that?" Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. "No." Ping'an, who was behind him, cried out in sorrow. He could not bear the pressure anymore. Maybe the young master could, but he could not. A dagger pierced his heart. He sat down slowly. "Young master, when you go to hell, Ping'an will continue to serve you." The Taoist turned into a celestial phenomenon. "The whole world spurns you. Are you still stubborn and want to live in this world?" Lu Xiaoyi looked at him coldly. "Don't say that I haven't let down the world. Even if I did, so what?" In an instant, the world collapsed. Ping'an turned into a clown struggling on the ground. The plague particles that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1863. In the Milky Way, Lu Xiaoyi stared at Engge without saying a word. Angji's face was as white as a sheet. The clown and the patient were nowhere to be seen. "You win. Our Luoying orthodoxy has always respected the strong. I have many friends in the exterior realm. If you want to achieve the Great Way, I think you can't do it without support from all sides. I'm willing to follow your lead and act according to your discretion." Engge knew he couldn't run away. The distance was too close. If he tried to escape, The flying sword would catch up with him. Losing 2 of his 3 incarnations had a great impact on him. They were part of his spirit and blood essence. They were not ordinary objects that could be easily discarded. Therefore, he extended an olive branch. This was not rare in the recent history of the Luoying orthodoxy. Since they had declined, they should have the mentality of a declining person. He was very good at this point. He was a demi-immortal. His words were law. He didn't have the idea of obeying first and then rebelling. As long as he was a rational cultivator, he would be able to make the most appropriate choice. Moreover, the one who had a conflict of interest was Marathi, not him. Seeing his opponent's river of swords ready to attack, Engge frowned. He was still elegant and graceful. There are no eternal friends, but there are eternal interests. The sword light slashed down, and the celestial phenomenon was formed. Lu Xiaoyi murmured, "But there is an eternal mother." Even if it was just a fictional scene and a part of history that didn't exist, it was still unforgivable. This was a fierce and dangerous battle. Even with his strong strength, he couldn't completely crush his opponents, especially when there were 2 of them. They were willing to die and had very special means. At the demi-immortal level, there would be more and more special battles like this. There would be fewer and fewer people who would fight with him openly. This was also the burden of fame. Everyone knew that Lu Xiaoyi's sword skills were unparalleled. Of course, he had to start from other aspects. This was already the 2nd time someone had invaded the modern realms past. The first time was when he was a Yuanying on a mission to the Heaven's Choice continent. Monk Xinghui pulled him into a dream. This was the 2nd time. He had no choice but to be vigilant when this kind of situation happened again and again. Although he survived every time because he had a different philosophy from normal people, you couldn't expect him to pass so smoothly every time. What if it failed? What if he was pulled back even earlier, before he possessed this body? Since he had already treated his identity as the young master of Lu province as part of his past, he had to bear the consequences of his past. At the end of the day, Oyu Yangming's mental power still lacked sufficient means to defend against such a mental invasion. There were also gains, such as successfully casting Judgment Prophecy. In fact, he had been adjudicating since the beginning of the battle. He adjudicated that his opponent's waist drum had lost its effectiveness, that Malati had withdrawn from his divine form, and so on. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to succeed. He was temporarily unable to judge the actions that the other party had already taken, and he was far inferior to the blind old man in this aspect. It wasn't until the last time that he finally succeeded in executing a skill that his opponent hadn't used yet. It was also a crucial success. It didn't mean that he couldn't kill without Judgment Prophecy, but it would be much more troublesome. When the eternal river of picture filled the air, it would be another round of fighting. The 12 types of innate Tao did give him countless tactical combinations, but he had to admit that this was far from everything. The comprehensive application of the mixed Tao state should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He had dabbled in this aspect before, but he looked at it more from the perspective of a swordsman. It was faster, fiercer, and stronger, but he had neglected the fact that there were actually many more magical areas after the mixed Tao state. At this time, he should look at it from the perspective of a Dharma cultivator. The battle began to diversify, and there would be very few people who would dare to fight him with sword. This battle took a long time, and when he jumped out of the Milky Way, the outcome was basically decided. There were less than 50 exterior masters left, and less than 30 interior masters. The original numbers were more than double, but now it was less than double. Regardless of whether it was a tug-of-war or a battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the exterior masters were powerless. Qing Xian's consciousness said, "They are considering whether to withdraw, which is inevitable. A few of the strong ones have been killed, especially the one with Judgment Prophecy." Lu Xiaoyi laughed, "I didn't kill them, they ran away." Qing Xian was very interested. "How do you make prophesies?" Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. "What else can I do? Just endure it. I have never encountered such a situation before, but fortunately, his prophecy is not a death prophecy, so there is still time. I think when someone takes the second step, it will be easy to make a death prophecy, and that will be the real danger." There are 3 Tao states: interception of fate, karma, and impermanence. You have to master at least one to be able to break it. He had nothing to hide from a friend like Qing Xian. There were many places where they would need to work together in the future, not only before the change of the era, but also after the change of the era. You killed the demon of Hung River, Marathi? Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. If I didn't kill him, should I keep him for the new year? From what you said. Qing Xian sighed. The young god in charge of the attack and defense of Hung River is Amir Khan, Marathi's master. It's not a big deal, I killed him. Anyway, there is no reconciliation, and it is impossible to find the key to break the defense of Hung River through him. Amir Khan, remember this name, you must eliminate the source of trouble. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. It's not just Amir Khan, it's all the sweat. If these young gods of Hung River run away, it will be a big problem for us. A young god who is determined to take revenge by hook or by crook is the most difficult to deal with. I don't have time to chase such a person across the universe. While they were talking, the exterior masters had already made a decision. Unlike the ancient cultivators, the current cultivators were more flexible. The key was that none of them had entered the decline state, but the methods of the upper state were not recognized by the interior masters. In this sense, there was no essential difference. It was more like a sense of existence. Marathi's death made the exterior masters no longer care about the life and death of Hung River. This page had turned over. They had done their best, that was all. The exterior masters scattered, and the white eye disappeared. Only the interior masters were left in the vast void. There were 37 people in total, including those who were unfavorable in the battle and withdrew. In the whole process of tug-of-war, 6 interior masters died here. Who could say for sure whether it was worth it or not? These people began to fly towards Hung River. Next was the harvest season. No one complained that Hung River boundary had not been broken yet. To them, they were the protagonists of the changes in the universe. Of course, everything should be led by them, young, with endless potential, this was their belief. Chapter 1864. In the Henghe boundary, Amir couldn't suppress his sorrow. He knew that his disciple had already left for the Henghe boundary. As his master, he knew his disciple's nature too well. Although he looked rebellious, he had a strong sense of responsibility. When the Henghe boundary was in trouble, he would definitely fight to the death. It was a pity that this disciple, who had countless Evilders in the cultivation world and could take whatever he wanted in the past, couldn't decide the direction of the general trend in the collision between the inner and outer Jing heaven. This was the fate of cultivators. It couldn't be said that the white-haired people were sending off the black-haired people, but it was also the case of those in their twilight years sending off those in the morning sun. The cruel truth was in front of them. They didn't know the dynamics of the 2 sub-battlefields, but in the main battlefield, they were already in a desperate situation. They had 3 considerations on how to protect the Henghe boundary. First was the help of the outer Jing heavens, which was also the most solid support. Unfortunately, it was gone now. Second was the 2 sub-battlefields, especially the attack of the blue sky battlefield. If it succeeded, it would have a psychological impact on the invading alliance. It wasn't clear yet, but he had a vague feeling that the situation wasn't good. Finally, it was the attack and defense of the Henghe boundary. The key was the grand membrane of heaven and earth. It was the fusion with the holy river and the trace of godhood that was obtained. This kind of defense was very effective for normal young spirits. It wasn't necessarily indestructible, but it had to pay a huge price. For an alliance, it was difficult to arrange who would go in and who would wait outside. If 300 young spirits entered at once, they would definitely be able to break through. However, this was not the way cultivators fought. This was not the mortal world, and there was no such thing as a suicide squad. Everyone's life was precious to their orthodoxy. Who should sacrifice themselves? But if the outer Jing Heavens group retreated and the inner Jing Heavens group came, it would be completely different, because they were half immortals, people who had taken a step forward. In some aspects, their abilities couldn't be compared to ordinary young spirits. This was what he was worried about. The enemy was so powerful that it made people despair. At this point, other than the unity of the people, there were no other reinforcement. In these two universe wars, they had already used their connections to the extreme. No one was willing to listen to him. When the Zerg-winged witches stood on their side, they naturally stood on the opposite side of the mainstream world of self-cultivators. It wasn't that no one else had noticed this, but everyone was only concerned about the temporary benefits in front of them. They had forgotten that if they wanted to survive in this chaotic cultivation world, no matter what, they had to squeeze into the mainstream and not do the opposite. Someone was questioning his strategic arrangement. He wondered if it was too risky to strengthen the heaven and earth great membrane. Should they arrange the formation in an echelon and block it in layers? Should he make arrangements for all the orthodoxies in Hung River? For example, self-destructing the temple? Destroying spirit veins and mineral deposits? Establishing a hidden organization among the people? An appropriate seed plan? A plan to perish together with the enemy? Wait a minute. He had thought of everything he could think of, but they were all rejected by Amir Khan. Do we need to divide it into layers? We're on the first floor. Only the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Gather all the forces, including those above Yuanying. Enter the sacred river and be with it. 110 young spirits and more than 600 primordial spirit cultivators. 3,000 yin gods. 20,000 Yuanying. Don't leave a single one behind, let everyone enter. If we're here, Hung River will be here. If Hung River perishes, we'll be buried with it. Divide into layers? How many layers should we divide into? Let the enemy eat us one by one? Only by putting us to death can we be reborn. There's no way back. Amir Khan's divine sense surged in the minds of the Hung River cultivators. Even the Yang Spirit Grand Sacrifice no longer refuted him, because reality had proven that he was right and they were wrong all these years. Why don't we have a backup plan? Because it's meaningless. The more we arrange, the more ruthless the invaders will purge us. They don't even need to find a reason. Why don't we perish together? Because this land is ours. One day, it will return to us. We can't leave behind a devastated world for future generations. Why don't we lead the so-called seeds into the universe? We can take out hundreds of perfected lords and hundreds of floating raft. But where are we going? If we leave the sacred river, even the gods will abandon us. Will there still be orthodoxies in Hung River? We are not the Taoists and Buddhists of the main world. There are countless places in the universe that are willing to accept them. We only have one Hung River, one route. If we leave here, we are nothing, not to mention establishing orthodoxies in other places. That's just an excuse cowards find for themselves. Someone asked, Amir Khan, if that's the case, why do you think we will eventually regain control of this land? Amir Khan said firmly, culture. Because the sacred river and the Hung River are unique cultures in the universe. The invaders can occupy this place, but they will never be able to change everyone's faith, because that is the faith of 10 billion people. This kind of faith is not something that can be given by a few temples. It is deeply rooted in our history, our words, our language, our habits, and our legend. It is immortal and exists with the heavens and earth. It had to be said that Amir Khan was not only a powerful cultivator, but also an outstanding speaker. His words resonated with everyone present. You, us, every cultivator who sacrificed their lives for Hung River will return to the embrace of the sacred river mother after death, and then start over in the long cycle of reincarnation. When we meet again after many lifetimes, and reminisce about the past, that will be the day when Hung River regains its glory. Amir Khan successfully aroused the courage of all the people of Hung River. This was also the only thing they could rely on to hold on. In terms of numbers, not to mention the Yuanying, just the Zhenjuan alone added up to nearly 4,000. This was not a small number. When everyone fought with their lives on the line, even the young gods had to retreat. Although they did not have the ability to kill enemies above their level like the Shenyuan swordsmen, and in terms of strength, the grand sacrifice of the same realm was slightly inferior to the top young gods selected from the main world, but fighting in their own sacred river would give them a certain amount of strength. With the absolute advantage in numbers, even if it was 10-1, could the alliance bear it? This was Amir Khan's final struggle. It was also the most correct response. If everything came true, they did not need to lose more than half, just more than 30%, and some of the worlds in the alliance would not be able to hold on. They were a whole, and the other side was an alliance. The so-called alliance could be called an alliance when they saw victory and benefits, but once they met with resistance, they would be a mob. The last chance for Hung River Realm was to use their own sacrifice to turn the alliance of the main world into a mob. This was a difficult task, but as long as there was hope, it was worth fighting for. Chapter 1865. The Naging Sky Group rushed forward in high spirit. Their victory over an exterior master had made them feel complacent. Compared to that, a small world was nothing. Qing Xian, on the other hand, was worried for nothing. The biggest problem with the Henghe realm is that if we take it down, how do we control them? We've predicted countless times before, but we're not as good as them. Such a large realm, if we take it down and don't manage it, it'll definitely rise again in less than 1,000 years. The best way is to migrate there, but where can we find such a large population that can assimilate tens of billions of people? If we have too few people, we'll be assimilated. If we have too many people, we won't be lucky. As she talked to herself, she saw Lu Xiaoyi's absent-minded expression and felt a little angry. Hey, I'm asking you. Don't act like a dead dog. I'm not your incompetent military advisor. Why do I have to worry about everything? Lu Xiaoyi said calmly, what's the hurry? I'm not smart. I can't understand distant things. I only think about what's in front of me. What do we do after we take it over? Have you taken it over now? The bride hasn't even entered the bridal chamber and you're already thinking about what position to take. You want to blow the flute in the jade door, but the bride has barbs on her teeth. You want to. Qing Xian interrupted him rudely. Seriously, you're running below your navel after 3 sentences. You're a half-immortal, not a street gangster. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, can't a half-immortal be a gangster? I don't think there's any difference. Okay, let's talk about business. I don't know how to build, but I'm good at destruction. To make the Henghe realm unable to rise again, the key lies in their so-called sacred river. It's definitely a good idea to send in some spirits to destroy it. They'll definitely think that the Henghe River coexists with heaven and earth. As long as the realm and the Henghe River exist, they'll make a comeback sooner or later. But what they don't know is that heaven and earth aren't necessarily immortal. Seeing the change of eras and the changes of the universe, I think the Henghe realm can also change. The two of them thought about bad ideas along the way and soon arrived near the Henghe River. The two armies met. Would there be cheers? Passionate hugs? Tears of excitement? No, that was the right of the mortal world. To them, such feelings did not exist. On the contrary, the half-immortal monsters looked at the sun god seniors with disdain. Are you guys drinking tea and doing research while we are fighting to the death? Dozens of days had passed, and the skin of the membrane was not even scratched. Was he here for a gala? The seniors of the sun spirit looked at the young enchanters in high spirits and felt sour in their hearts. F***ck you little brats, we are almost done with our research. Are you here to pick the peaches? If one really entered the great membrane of heaven and earth, without the care of experienced elders, even a half-immortal would be useless. Did he really think that just because he had the word immortal in his name, he would be tainted with immortal aura? This was incongruity within the scope of reason and human nature. It was the jealousy of the previous generation towards the next generation, and also the subversion of the previous generation towards the next generation. The world of cultivation moved forward because of this. This was the law of history. There were also those who had found large groups, such as the marching monks in the main world's Buddhist sects, the sparrow steps in the main world's heaven's choice, and the anchor chain floating anchor. They had hidden themselves quite deeply. They had finally met their family. It was only at this moment that everyone's understanding was finally completely unified. The breaking of the Hung River was inevitable, and no one could stop it. With Daoist Pang taking the lead, he introduced the research of these old guys to the young half-immortals without reservation. It would take some time for the half-immortal monsters to verify it themselves. There were no small fries here. They were all people who could carry the tripod of a realm. They were people who could make a realm tremble with a stomp of their feet. No one would listen to a biased person. They would only believe in their own judgment, because no one would joke about their own life. While everyone was familiarizing themselves with the environment, the people of the fifth ring gathered together. Qing Yangzi smiled. He was very gratified that the young people could walk together for thousands of years without separating. This kind of friendship was very precious. At least in the foreseeable future, the fifth ring would benefit from this, and the three pure ones would also benefit. Good, good, good. It's good that you're alive. Young people are too impulsive. They don't care about themselves. Let me tell you, during this period of time, it's not like no one has gone in. 2 human sun spirits and 1 sun spirit beast prepared all kinds of methods. We were still outside setting up a formation to support them, but a moment later, they met with an accident. It was a time to search for the past and the future. The dozens of support formations and message transmission formations that we set up outside are all useless. Only the soul lamp formation flickered 10 times before stopping. It can be seen that the defenses of the Hung River are far stronger than we imagined. Guan Du continued, but even so, we can still get some inspiration from it. With the size of the Hung River realm, it's impossible to take care of all aspects of the Great Barrier of heaven and earth. It's even more impossible to encounter a fatal attack as soon as you enter, and rely on rebirth to stall for time. Their great cultivators aren't dense to this extent. Therefore, our judgment is that the battlefield isn't in the Great Barrier of heaven and earth, but in the painting of the Hung River. In other words, entering the Great Barrier is entering the Hung River. They have completely merged the two into one. In the Hung River, they are blessed by the heavens and can instantly surround it. Qing Yangzi continued, even the Hung River has a head and a tail. The 3 of them entered at the same time. With the magic items and treasures they brought, they could fight against at least a dozen sun spirits at the same time without being defeated. But the first time they were killed by the number of breaths. What does this mean? It means that the density of Hung River cultivators is very terrifying. It's not just the grand ritual of Yang spirit, but also their primordial spirit, Yin spirit, and even Yuanying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to form such a terrifying attack. Combined with the specific situation of the Hung River, we judge that they didn't layer up their defenses, but concentrated all their strength on the Great Barrier of heaven and earth to fight directly, staking everything on one throw. They're very open. I have to say that there are experts in the Hung River realm. They're using their lives to exchange with us. They can afford it, but can we? Won't the alliance collapse? Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian looked at each other, also having a headache. To fight in the Great Barrier of heaven and earth, that is, in the Hung River, they have the geographical advantage. Don't underestimate this. It has great significance for the mobilization and organization of people. They can always control the overall situation and put in power where it's most needed to solve problems. The invaders need to observe, judge, transmit information, and cooperate with each other. By the time they run to the place, it'll be too late. In other words, they would be able to accurately fight the enemy with numbers, the strong against the weak, and encircle the enemy to attack reinforcements. Countless tactical combinations could be realized. The significance of this in a war of cultivators was no less than that of a powerful army. At the very least, in terms of geographical advantage, the people of Hung River are invulnerable. Chapter 1866. Even if they didn't have the geographical advantage, they might not have the people either. Although the alliance was the alliance of the main world, they were in other people's territory. They worked together to protect their homeland, so it was hard to say which side this person was on. Only the right time was on the alliance's side, but it didn't have any practical significance. The alliance should have countless ways of doing things. Is there any suitable one? Qing Xian asked. Qing Yangzi shook his head. Little Xuanzi, don't always think about the sect's property, this is not a good habit. This is the coffin bottom of us old guys' coffins. Actually we've used it before, but the divinity in the eternal river is of a very high standard, all the ways of doing things can't penetrate it. Is there nothing we can do about it? Lu Xiaoyi was very doubtful. You really tried it. You're not a miser. Qing Yangzi flew into a rage. What's going on? You two fellows only want to reap without sowing, so you're eyeing the coffin bottom of the old man? Are there still rules? I really tried it, I know what you mean. The three pure ones all have some top-notch ways of doing things. It's not that they're reluctant, but that they're useless. They can't activate the great membrane of heaven and earth. That divinity is very strange, it's immune to all similar method. Lu Xiaoyi was a little whimsical. Is there such a strange object, maybe a divine beast or a treasured gourd, that can suck in the eternal river just by opening its mouth? Guandu sent a slap over. I'll beat you up, you lazy thing. If there's such a thing between heaven and earth, don't suck in the eternal river, just suck in the universe directly. You don't even need to practice swordsmanship, just hang a treasured gourd, and you can dominate the cultivation world. Did you read too many novels that it didn't enter your brain, but it entered your small intestine and turned into shit? Lu Xiaoyi had read a lot of biographies and novels, but not in this world. He had been harmed at some point in his previous life. There was no choice, it was also a characteristic of the era. The others were all frowning, but he was the only one who was talking without thinking. Is there any extraordinary spiritual treasure, whether it's innate or acquired, like the tree that the crow ancestor used to break the square pot, poking the whole family to the end? Let's hide in the tree hole and crawl in. This time, even Qing Yangzi wanted to slap him. How can a square pot be compared to the Hung River? There were only two young gods, and there was no need for a big tree. The people of any of the realms here could just rush up. There was no need for a big tree. That's all because of your unreliable crow ancestor. I heard that they're all wearing the same uniform, just like a bunch of nouveau riche. Guandu couldn't take it anymore. What are you talking about? What was a nouveau riche? His clothes were golden yellow, and he was in high spirit. When the tree was planted, the heaven's might was unpredictable. If you don't understand, then don't spout nonsense. It's not embarrassing. Don't you know the way of battle? However, little Yi, the reason why the big tree can move the square pot is mainly because the square pot's grand membrane of heaven and earth is weak. It can't be moved here. These are two different concepts. Can you stop spouting nonsense? You've lost all my face. Lu Xiaoyi was very thick-skinned. He would never shut up just because he showed his cowardice. They were all elders of the family, so what was there to be embarrassed about? Is there a medium that ignites upon contact with water? No, it ignites upon contact with spiritual power. The long scroll of the eternal river is not a real river. It's just something formed by the billions of souls of the eternal river. We can't absorb it, so we might as well burn it. Qing Xian really couldn't take it. This was not just a disgrace to Shenyuan and the Five Rings, but also to interior Jingtian. Little Yi, stop talking. Your method, this method. It seems to make some sense. Qing Yangzi, Guandu, Qing Xian, and the dozens of young gods next to him were all lost in thought. It really did make sense. They only lacked such a hole in their brain. Now that they had a hole in their brain, countless vicious thoughts immediately came to their mind. Qing Xian's brain was the fastest. If we go in together, we won't fight first, but set fire together. There are many deviant fires that can burn spiritual power, especially the netherworld phosphorus fire, the netherworld ghost fire, and the true sun fire. Let's use them together and burn the long scroll of the eternal river first. Let's not talk about whether we can shake it or not. At the very least, once the flames are ignited, the various borrowings of the eternal river will be greatly reduced. We may not be able to take advantage of it, but at least we won't be at a disadvantage. Qing Yangzi was also full of evil ideas. Let's focus on burning it first. See if we can burn a hole in it and set up a formation of fire seeds outside so that we can have an endless supply. Then we'll have a way out in case of emergency. Another 3 pure young god also chimed in. Spiritual power can't be stimulated the most. Especially when there are billions of people. How can we control them all? I have the art of illusion and the theory of countless grains of sand. As long as we find the heart of the people of Henghe, where their obsession is, we can tease it a little and they'll immediately go crazy. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the three pure young elders with disdain and said, "What kind of people are you? I'm ashamed to be associated with you." Overall, this was not the safest way. If they really had a way to deal with the long scroll of the Eternal River, they wouldn't have taken such a risk. After all, they wouldn't have an advantage after setting it on fire. They would only be able to call it even in terms of geographical advantage. They would still have to face an unavoidable problem. If others exchanged lives with you, what would you do? But it was still a method that wasn't really a method. They still needed to carefully study how to make the fire the biggest. How to spread it the fastest. If one fire didn't work, how to burn 2 or 3 fires. How to invest people. There were countless questions like whether they needed to leave people outside. They all needed to work together and get everyone's approval. Everyone would participate in the discussion and put forward their own opinions, worries, and suggestions. Finally, they would consider it comprehensively. In fact, there were several similar methods. For example, there were half-immortal freaks who proposed using water to flush it, using poison to fight poison. They used water from other places to dilute the soul of the Eternal River. There were also drainage methods, mountain blocking methods, spirit swallowing methods, and all kinds of strange methods. In terms of imagination, these young freaks' ideas were obviously stronger than the sun god seniors. This was because they had been walking different paths all their lives. Lu Xiaoyi only gave suggestions and didn't care about the actual implementation. For such a large-scale conspiracy, there were naturally the best Dharma cultivators and monks to consider. They were also the best at this. The Black Dragon leader sighed, "Little Yi, you're really wicked. You're not only burning the reliance of the Hung River cultivators, you're also burning the thoughts of countless Hung River mortals. When they reincarnate, I'm afraid they won't be real people of Hung River anymore." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "I'm just saying. They thought of the method. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, isn't it good to burn it? If they really reincarnate and still can't forget the Hung River orthodoxy, who do you think will tolerate it? Cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots is the iron law of the cultivation world. No one wants them to develop again and take revenge on the original instigators. Therefore, there will be waves after waves of harvesting leaks, and the Hung River realm will forever be in chaos. Cut off the thoughts and everyone will stop. It might not be a bad thing for ordinary people." Chapter 1867. The Alliance dawdled for a few more months outside Henghe Heavens. During this period, there were countless tests. Finally, they formed a plan that everyone agreed with. What was different from what they imagined was that there was no talk and laughter here. Everyone was very cautious because they didn't want to lose their lives here. They needed everyone's approval. Today was the day of the attack. However, from the outside, it didn't seem any different from usual. Everyone still gathered and went their separate ways. Those who were drinking tea drank tea, those who were chatting chatted. There was no general assembly and no murderous intent. There must be a way to peek outside from the inside of the grand membrane. For the first wave of attack, even a few breaths of time was precious. Qing Yangzi, Guan Du, Taoist Pang, White Brows, and Broken Silkworm were still poking around in front of the grand membrane as usual. It was no different from the past few months. They looked like they were studying to their heart's content. As they discussed, they mentioned something interesting and laughed out loud. Divine sense shock. Amidst the laughter, a few old foxes leaped and entered the grand membrane. At the same time, among the 300 to 400 cultivators who were drinking tea, chatting, drinking, meditating, and strolling, nearly 300 of them flashed and entered the grand membrane. Among them, there were interior half-immortals, 5 rings, Heaven's Choice, Buddhists, and Demonic Beast. Yarn, anchor chain, floating sink, and light. This was a strategy that had been decided long ago. The attack was divided into 2 levels. Actually, on a large scale, it was just 1 level. However, the less than 100 people would set up a fire seed array outside the grand membrane. Once a hole was poked inside, they would immediately pour fire in and be ready to go in and support any time. When the battle began, everyone understood their own responsibilities. Perhaps they came here for different purposes and had different moods. Some were willing, some were forced, and some didn't care. However, once the battle began, everyone would go all out. Because if they hesitated now, they would be letting down their own lives. The Henghe realm chose to fight, and so did the Alliance. This was a psychological suppression. If they didn't have the confidence, how could they talk about destroying the realm? The hesitation and dilly-dallying in the beginning was just to understand more. Now, they were going all out. Going all out was the right way to go. At this time, the use of tactics was limited. Crushing them with strength was the only way to win. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi crashed into the heaven and earth grand membrane, he immediately felt the world spinning. When he focused again, the water around him rippled and shimmered. You could think of this as a river, but that was only in theory. A more realistic description would be an incomparably wide belt of glowing light. Those glowing lights were not fireflies, but the light of countless souls that had passed away over millions of years in the Heng River. He had already experienced this feeling many times. From the first time he saw the Eternal River scroll in the Beast territory, to the battles with the various cultivators of the Heng River, he was incomparably familiar with the environment here. Even the souls here seemed familiar. The Eternal River scroll that all the cultivators of the Heng River used was actually the same thing. It came from the Mother Scroll. It didn't belong to him alone, but to the entire Heng River. Therefore, these souls were still the same souls. There was no difference. This included the countless souls that listened to Lu Xiaoyi's stories about Ning Gyozhong. "Dearest, your young master is back." Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. The Sword River flowed backwards, cutting the Yuanying Yin gods that came from all directions into pieces. These low-level cultivators were nothing more than human heads to him now. They weren't worth mentioning. The 300 young gods didn't appear in a group. In fact, the Alliance never thought of grouping up. Their goal was to set fire everywhere. Therefore, the moment they entered, those who were strong in battle but not good at setting fire, such as the swordsman, body cultivator, demonic beasts and demigods, were used to kill people in an instant. They didn't want to kill the young gods, only the Yuanying Yin gods or Yuanying primordial spirit. Their goal was clear. They wanted to attract hatred at the first opportunity. They wanted the person in charge of the Eternal River to feel threatened by them. Attracting hatred in such an environment wasn't a good idea. However, if there were hundreds of such cultivators attracting hatred at the same time, it would cause the person in charge to be flustered and lose sight of the others. Almost 300 intruders had to be taken care of, right? Especially those powerful cultivators who wanted to kill people in an instant. The person in charge could clearly sense which threats were the biggest through the Eternal River scroll, but he couldn't tell who the threat was. What orthodoxy! He could only act according to his intuition and distribute his strength to the most critical place, where the casualties were the greatest. In this way, the young gods of each alliance wouldn't have too many opponents. People like Lu Xiaoyi, who were the focus of attention, might be surrounded by more people, and those who hadn't killed people yet would be fewer. The threat was small. In a battlefield that was calculated by breaths, under such a rapidly changing situation, even someone as wise as Amir Khan couldn't make an accurate judgment in the first place. After entering the Eternal River scroll for 3 breaths, the hundreds of cultivators responsible for attracting hatred were surrounded by at least 100 opponents. The pressure increased, and some unlucky young gods were simply killed and reborn. It could be seen that the people of Henghe River were willing to risk their lives. At this moment, the nearly 200 young gods of the Alliance, who hadn't shown any particular threat after entering, suddenly move. They moved in unison. They chose the most insidious phosphorus fire of the netherworld. Phosphorescence, in terms of the power of fire, was not ranked in the top of the deviant flames, but it had a characteristic that made people abnormally fearful, and that was that once it was ignited, it was very difficult to extinguish. There was no end to it. A single person setting fire was insignificant in the huge eternal river, but hundreds of young gods setting fire together immediately had the power to create a large area. The most vicious thing was that these 200 arsonists all opened their storage rings and poured out all kinds of things to start the fire. Phosphorus powder, phosphatide, fire essence. During the battle, they only used two kinds of magic, fire magic and wind magic. A Zhuji stage cultivator's fire magic was only a foot long. When it came to Jindan, they could set fire and collapse houses. When it came to Yuanying, they could form fire clouds in the sky. When it came to Supreme, they could set fire to the sky. But there were 200 young gods here, 200 magic fools who were most proficient in fire. While flying around, they were actually flying to places where there was no fire, and burning randomly. While sprinkling phosphorus powder, they were blowing wind. Hundreds of tens of thousands of fire domains continued to spread, and soon, they connected into one, increasing the intensity of the fire and spreading even faster. The phosphorus fire was easy to burn but difficult to extinguish. For the young gods of Heng River, they might be able to suppress the fire, but if they suppressed the fire, they wouldn't be able to kill people, which was also a dilemma. As for the other low-level cultivators, they were somewhat powerless against the fire set by the young gods. In the end, those who put out the fire couldn't catch up with those who set the fire. After a few breaths, the fire in the eternal river could no longer be stopped. In time, the entire holy river would turn into a river of fire. This was the inevitable result. In just a dozen breaths, the eternal river was in chaos. Chapter 1868. Amir Khan's face was ashen. What he was afraid of still came true. After dawdling outside for several months, the Alliance still accurately found the weakness of the long scroll of the eternal river. There is no perfect defense in this world. When you enclose yourself in a cage where you cannot move freely, you are destined to be trampled on. The greatest weakness of the Heng River boundary is that the orthodoxies rely too much on the environment. This makes them lose the space to move freely. Where to go? There is only one Heng River. It is unrealistic to hope that the invaders will never be able to find a countermeasure. They are all young spirit cultivators. There is nothing you can think of that I can't think of. He only hopes that this time will come later, after the Alliance cultivators suffer heavy casualties. But the opponent's eyes are very sharp. As soon as the battle starts, they immediately set fire to the Heng River, reducing the geographical threat of the Heng River to the lowest. Of course, it is not a comeback. The fire will affect the Heng River cultivators who use the power of the Heng River, and it is the same for these invaders. Fire does not have eyes. Does it know who to burn and who not to burn? In other words, the difference in the utilization of the environment between the two sides is minimized. In the end, the solution still depends on the hard power of both sides. Quantity versus quality. What kind of threat will the phosphorescence cause to the Heng River? It is not as simple as imagined. It can burn these souls away. Souls cannot be solved by burning or drowning. The most effective way is to devour the soul and transform it into power. In view of the innumerable souls in the Heng River, it is actually very difficult to do this. The meaning of burning is not to destroy, but to incite. When the temperature of these innumerable souls in the fire increases, their originally calm state is forcibly dragged into a state of excitement. In this state, even the Heng River cultivators are unable to order them around and borrow their power. What are the souls thinking in this state? It is not how to listen to other people's orders, but how to pursue one's own obsession. What is the obsession of ordinary people? To be able to live without worries, to have their own house, to marry a beautiful wife, to stand out and so on. But to most ordinary people in the Heng River boundary, there is only one thing: to reincarnate into a higher caste in their next life. These are not revealed yet. Right now, the eternal river of souls was only drifting further and further away in its frenzy. It was still some distance away from completely losing control. This was what both sides were fighting for. The people of Henghe River wanted to deal a heavy blow to the invaders during this period of time, while the cultivators of the Alliance wanted to drag things out as long as possible so that the fire would burn even more fiercely, until the entire eternal river was ablaze. This kind of burning affected the people of Henghe River. They could no longer precisely mobilize the cultivators to kill the invaders. Most of the time, they just went wherever they encountered the invaders. Some of them were unlucky and had hundreds of enemies behind them. Some of them were relaxed and had very few opponents around them. 30 breaths after the fire started, the 100 or so cultivators outside did not see any traces of shore. They knew that it was unrealistic to expect the eternal river to be connected to the outside world. According to the plan, they all crashed into the heaven and earth grand membrane and joined the battle. At this point, all the forces of the Alliance had been invested. Only the true monarchs and great demons of the demon territories were left to monitor the situation. This was also a dispensable task. There was also a young god from each realm to watch over them. This was a situation that had long been expected. They were just waiting for a chance to see if a few cultivators who were especially proficient in fire spells could shore. It would be a surprise if they could do it, but it would not be strange if they could not. Everyone would just charge in together. In a battle of strength, there was no room for you to stay in the reserve team. The young god cultivators would not be exhausted in a short period of time. The battle was very fierce. However, it was different from the previous 3 young gods who died. Because the power of Henghe River was greatly diluted, on average, each young god of the Alliance had no more than 100 opponents. Many of them were primordial spirits and yin gods of lower realms surrounding them. For the powerful cultivators, it was not difficult to deal with this. Of course, there was no average. There were only lucky and unlucky ones. The cultivators of the Alliance also gradually gathered as they moved. However, at the beginning of the battle, there were no large groups. More of them were in groups of 2 or 3, 5 or 6. Under the secret command of Amir Khan, hundreds of young god primordial spirits and yin gods gathered at the source of Henghe River. They were preparing to activate the ice and snow phenomenon of the lice goddess. In the Henghe River system, there was no special ice and snow god. However, as one of the main gods, lice goddess cultivated in the snowy mountains. Therefore, she had powerful ice and snow divine power. However, she rarely used it, and it was not very useful in battle. Amir Khan also had a plan for the Alliance to set fire. He knew very well that if they lost the use of Henghe River, it would be difficult for them to exchange quantity for quality in battle. For this reason, they were preparing to activate Lice Goddess's ice and snow phenomenon at the source of Henghe River. With the help of the river's characteristics, they could push all the way down from the source and completely extinguish the ubiquitous phosphorus fire. It took time to mobilize manpower. It was also because of this mobilization that the invaders felt limited pressure. War was a process of constantly weighing the pros and cons. Focus on the most important contradiction and then talk about the rest. The water of Henghe River flowed down from the Great Snow Mountain and spiraled for hundreds of thousands of miles before returning to the sea. The entire river had a powerful internal force that flowed from the mountain to the sea. This was a miracle of nature that humans could not interfere with. Although the scroll of the Eternal River was just a soul clone of the Eternal River, the power within still existed. Countless souls were also born from the snowy mountain, and then meandered down until they merged into the void. From the void, they reflected on the snowy mountain, and the souls reappeared, and the cycle repeated again and again, and reincarnated. The miraculous process of the souls reappearing from nothingness to the Great Snow Mountain contained the secret of reincarnation in Henghe River. Those that were reflected back to the Great Snow Mountain could only continue their journey to the Henghe River. Those that were not reflected back to the Great Snow Mountain could only reincarnate. For example, if there were 10,000 souls that entered the void and only 9,000 souls were reflected from the Snow Mountain, it meant that there were 1,000 souls that were reincarnated and started the journey to the next world. Of course, during this process, the Eternal River flowed and countless souls of the people in the present world died and entered the river. No one could reverse the rotation of the Henghe River. Not even immortals. Therefore, the ice and snow from the source of the Great Snow Mountain did not need to be fanned everywhere like a fire. Following the flow of the river, it would naturally engulf the entire region. As long as the ice and snow passed, the countless souls of the Henghi River would naturally return to normal and listen to orders. Amir Khan would be able to sense the entire region of the Great Snow Mountain. He would be able to focus on every detail. He would be able to determine which areas to strengthen and which areas to maintain. He would be able to control the overall situation and undoubtedly be able to maximize the advantage of numbers. Unlike now, they were practically blinded by the fire. Apart from the small area around them, they couldn't sense anything further. This caused many of the Hung River sect cultivators to be in a state of emptiness. They either couldn't find an opponent, had too many troops, or were in a pinch because they had too few people. This was the key to turning the situation around. Chapter 1869. Lu Xiaoyi was one of those unlucky people. There were close to 200 people following behind him, each of them in their respective states. Since the gods of Henghi River system were particularly fond of having 4 arms, when they opened their arms to surround him, it was like a black sea of arms. F***CK, are they giving me a thumbs up? Among them were 2 young spirit high priests. He didn't know if it was really a coincidence, or if they saw that he was too dangerous as a swordsman and took special care of him. His fighting style was very easy to focus on because he killed people too quickly, but he didn't want to tangle with the 2 young spirits. At this moment, in this situation, it was not suitable. The most important thing now was how to eliminate the enemy's living forces, especially the perfected lords. He had been waiting for a chance to meet his attacks head-on. Before this, in view of his terrible reputation, almost everyone who fought with him chose strange methods to annoy him to no end. Only here, the Henghi River cultivators held the idea of exchanging quantity for quality. They didn't care about death, they just wanted to kill him in the eternal river in the shortest time possible. Boost morale. He liked people with guts. Millions of sword lights rolled up, colliding with the Henghi River death warriors who were advancing dauntlessly. He didn't dodge in the slightest. But this lack of dodging was only in the eyes of the perfected Lord Yuanying. In fact, he was still deliberately avoiding the 2 young spirit. It wasn't that he couldn't kill the young spirits, it was just that it was a little troublesome. He had to clean up these rotten fish first. These people might not be strong, but in the long scroll of the Eternal River, they had the advantage of numbers and could provide a certain degree of vision for the host. When his card escape technique was fully unleashed, there were very few people who could catch up to him, and they were all coincidentally bumped into him. Blood rained down, disappearing along the way. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Xiaoyi also didn't seek the cooperation of his allies. He was used to being a lone ranger, and it was hard for him to accept the so-called cooperation. And who could cooperate with him? If they couldn't keep up with him, how could they help each other? It was safer to come alone. At least he didn't have to worry about others. It was a mess. The man, the sword light, and the countless arms were mixed together. After a few rounds, dozens of people from Henghi River tribe fell under the sword. They couldn't even catch a single trace of the man. They could only passively run behind him. As he ran, he disappeared. This can't go on. This swordsman was extremely cunning, and unpredictable. Numbers meant nothing to him, and it would only add to the unnecessary casualties. Tell them to disperse. Only the 2 of us will surround him. One of the grand priests of Heng River saw through the situation and suggested. Thus, under the orders of the 2 young god grand priests, the cultivators of Heng River sect dispersed to find the next suitable target. This was the consequence of the burning of the Eternal River. They were unable to maximize the utilization of their military strength. They were hammered here and there in the middle of the Eternal River, delaying the most crucial initial period of time. This finally allowed the invaders to gain a foothold. But Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't compete with the 2 of them just because the surroundings were cleared. He wasn't that stupid. Of course, he would tail them all the way and stab them wherever there were more people. With more people, it was the best time to use the flying sword group. This made the two young gods of Hung River sect extremely depressed. Two people were already chasing a primordial spirit. How could they have the nerve to call a few more young gods over? This swordsman seemed to have an abnormal understanding of the Hung River system. Their traps, techniques, delaying methods, attack patterns, and so on were completely ineffective against him. The two of them finally realized that the best way was to ignore him and let him roam freely. Whoever caught him would be the one to blame, but their sense of responsibility towards the domain didn't allow them to do so. In this kind of awkwardness, Lu Xiaoyi was like a fish in water in the eternal river. He only ate small fish and shrimps. This was actually the countermeasure that everyone in the Hong Outer Membrane Alliance had discussed. Don't be in a hurry to destroy the other party's young god grand ritual. First, deal with the small ones. Once these small ones were scared, they would think about the grand ritual. There was plenty of time. These people of Hung River were unwilling to leave their homeland. This was their fatal weakness. It meant that they had lost their strategic mobility, which was very important. But Lu Xiaoyi's free-for-all state didn't last long. Waves of fluctuations came from the source of the eternal river. It was like a skier halfway up a mountain who felt the tremors under his feet and knew that an avalanche was about to come. Everyone felt it. Because they were all in the eternal river, this abnormality couldn't escape the senses of the cultivators. The people of Hung River were delighted, because they were looking forward to the Lice Ice statue sweeping away all evil flames. The cultivators of the Alliance were calm because they had long been prepared for this. What was the nemesis of fire? This was a principle that all Qi refinement cultivators understood. At their level, they knew even more. They knew that there were many existences in the world that could restrain fire, such as earth, wind, and even more advanced ones like taking drastic measures. The phosphorescent fire could exist in the eternal river because the environment here was within the atmosphere and there was sufficient oxygen, enough for the fire to wreak havoc. The cultivators of Hung River were never worried about the river being set on fire when they fought in the void of the universe. Because there was no air, the river couldn't be burned. So this gave people a deep-rooted belief that the eternal river wasn't afraid of being burned. That was why hundreds of young gods hadn't thought of a fire attack, even though fire attacks were the most basic techniques in both the mortal world and the cultivation world. Everyone naturally thought that fire attacks weren't feasible, but they neglected the fact that this time, the people of Hung River were setting up under the world's great membrane, within the atmosphere. So what was the best way to extinguish the fire? It was to turn the eternal river outside the world's great membrane. Once the air was cut off, it would naturally lose its effectiveness. But after careful research, the old young gods of the Alliance judged that the gains didn't make up for the losses. There were too many drawbacks to turning the eternal river outside the great membrane. First, the Alliance cultivators had a way to immediately leave. Whether to fight or stay depended on their intentions. Secondly, Hung River's intention to win would be destroyed. The eternal river was exposed to the void. Many young gods had too many ways to weaken it. It was absolutely not advisable. After thinking about it, the most likely way to extinguish the fire was to use ice and snow. As for the eternal river, ice and snow were the most convenient. So now, ice and snow flowed down the river. Everyone bathed in it felt a trace of coldness. Even the cultivators, whose bodies were impervious to fire and water, felt a trace of comfort after being roasted by fire for a long time. It was like rain falling from the sky. But the Alliance cultivators didn't want to see such a change. So, the Alliance young god closest to the source greedily breathed in the coldness that swept through his body. He had already prepared a forbidden technique and an ice-type Taoist treasure, ice sealing heaven and earth. He didn't try to stop the brilliant momentum of the ice and snow statue, but added fuel to the fire. Isn't it snowing? Okay, I'll give you a hand. Let's just freeze. This wasn't ordinary ice and snow, but the extremely cold ice of the cultivation world. It was the opposite of fire. It was enough to make countless soul bodies in the eternal river suffer. Chapter 1870. It wasn't just one alliance cultivator doing this, but almost all of the alliance's young gods. Apart from a certain spell genius, even Guan Du had a rather impressive frost sword technique. As the people of Henghe River wished, their ice and snow facade baptism was very successful. It was so successful that not only was the phosphorus fire extinguished, but the eternal river was completely frozen. It wasn't 0 degrees that mortals could bear, but minus 100 degrees. Thanks to the alliance's young gods, they helped the ice and snow facade complete an unprecedented century of ice. The ice and snow were still being transmitted, but now it wasn't cold, but bitter cold. By now, it was obvious what the people of the alliance wanted to do. I make a fire and you make it snow? Sure, I'll help you freeze it to death. I freeze it and you use the ice and snow facade to burn it. Sure, I'll help you burn it. Use phosphorus fire, true fire, and heavenly fire. We'll support whatever the people of Henghe River want to do, and we'll carry it forward and work harder, fully playing the role of a disaster magnifier. What was the purpose? Even an idiot would know what would happen when the souls of ordinary people changed back and forth in such extreme temperatures. This was the result of thinking. This was the meaning of dawdling. These young god cultivators brought the way of nature to the extreme. This was the power of knowledge, far more ferocious than shouting and killing. The ice and snow facade originated from the source of the snow mountain, but Amir Han's position was at the estuary. It wasn't that he was avoiding danger, but only here could he know the situation of the entire eternal river like the back of his hand. The long scroll of the eternal river was made up of souls, flowing in the direction of the estuary, so the information brought by these souls could give him enough information to judge the entire situation. He was disappointed again, because now the eternal river was completely frozen, and there was no orderly flow. How could he judge the situation? Not to mention giving orders. Continue to let the Henghe River cultivators at the source of the ice and snow facade? It was almost certain that the invaders would add fuel to the fire. This was an endless cycle. No matter what the outcome was, it was useless to the people of Henghe River. He sighed deeply and said sadly to the young god priests around him, I've done my best. I still can't stop them from coming in. This is my fault. I thought I could rely on my own wisdom to keep the enemy at bay, but now I realize that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. I don't understand the wonders of the outside world at all. The profoundness of other orthodoxies. In front of them, our so-called wisdom is somewhat pitiful. Relying on a holy river, relying on divinity from the heavens, we will never amount to anything. Salman Khan slowly shook his head. No, you have already done it. In this attack on the eternal river, we have seen our own shortcomings, and we have also seen the strength of mainstream orthodoxies. It was our previous actions that dragged down the entire domain. The ones who should apologize are us so-called radicals, not you. But I don't think now is the time to find out who's responsible, nor is it the time to discuss who should take responsibility. What we should figure out now is what we should do. If it's still the absolute death guard, then we should go and fight, not stay here and talk. At the end of the day, it was the grand ceremony that finally understood the consequences of going against the mainstream orthodoxies. Unfortunately, even in the cultivation world where gods and Buddhas were everywhere, there was no medicine for regret. Amir Khan raised his head and his eyes became firm. Obviously, he had made a decision. Are you still willing to believe me now? The few grand ceremonies nodded silently. You have never been wrong. Defending the domain is not the fault of fighting. Without enough strength, doing anything is useless. We are willing to listen to you, but I hope it's not too late. Amir Khan took a deep breath. My intention is to flip the eternal river out of the heaven and earth membrane, directly enter the void and freely engage in battle, then there will not be the crisis of ice and fire. Salman Khan frowned. In this case, the eternal river will not be a problem, but we will not be able to trap them. Once we return to the void, the initiative of the battle will be in their hand. And because of this compromise, our morale will plummet. If we want to fight to the death like this again, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to do so. Have you thought that if we do this, we might not even be able to drag a few people down with us? Amir Khan was still firm. No, you don't understand what I mean. What I mean is to flip the heaven and earth membrane, give up on the eternal river and freely engage in battle with the invaders in the void. He stared at everyone with a sharp gaze and said word by word, give up on the eternal river because we cannot be so selfish and use the trillions of souls in the eternal river as a medium for battle. If this continues, countless people will never be able to reincarnate. They need to rest and recuperate. The meaning of fighting in the void is that you can fight or leave. The few Grand Khans were stunned. Was he admitting defeat? Was he preparing to escape? If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Amir Khan's eyes were filled with pain. I admit that my defense plan was only in shape because I did not know the enemy well. This is my fault. If I knew this would happen, I would have organized the teams to retreat separately. The enemy has limited manpower, and the universe is so big. There will definitely be some who can escape, but not changing is the biggest mistake of all. Now, I finally understand the difference. If I still order everyone to defend to the death, I will forever be the sinner of Hung River. Run out. Run as many as you can. Forget about Hung River system. Forget about hatred. Until one day, even without the eternal river, even if we are not in Hung River boundary, our orthodoxy can still exist and be strong. That will be the day we return. The few Grand Khans were deep in thought. There was a deep philosophy behind these words. That's right, an orthodoxy that couldn't leave the realm and couldn't exist independently, an orthodoxy that couldn't survive outside the realm, could only be called powerful in vain. Only by walking out and training themselves in the universe would they not be trapped by the enemy's encirclement and wait for death. Amir Khan laughed. I believe that the Great Hung River system will still have a place in the universe. I believe that the resilient people of Hung River can still create miracles even if they leave Hung River. Let's do it like this. Don't bring the low and middle level cultivators. It is a waste of effort. If these tens of thousands of people charge out, not only will they break the shackles of the main world alliance, but they will also break the shackles of their own heart. We should have done this long ago, but we just could not make up our minds. Now is the perfect opportunity. There are unavoidable conditions and unforgettable memories. These things can support us to walk more resolutely and walk further. As for who stays and who leaves, it is all up to you. I am old, so I will stay here and stall the enemy for you. Dying in battle requires courage, but enduring humiliation requires more responsibility. I will choose the easier option. Those who are too tired, you guys can do it. Salman Khan took a step forward. I am older than you. We have fought for our entire lives. Let us fight together for the last time. Chapter 1871. Lu Xiaoyi was still in the middle of his hunting game. The two Hung River young gods had long disappeared, which made his hunting much easier. In fact, he was not the only one who felt this way. A similar feeling existed in the hearts of every Alliance young god. This should not be the case, because this should be the best time for the people of Hung River to exchange their lives. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them, and their morale would not always be high. Even cultivators could not always be in a state of excitement and fighting for their lives. Even taking drugs was useless, because their resistance to drugs was too strong. 300 to 400 half-immortal young gods of the Alliance were recklessly harvesting lives in the Hung River. Their targets and realms were the opposite. First, they killed Yuanying, then Yin gods, primordial spirits. They disdained the young god grand sacrifice. Here, they were all enemies. There was no such thing as equal realms in war. If they really cared about this, these Yuanying should not have come. What the Hung River young gods were doing was to do their best to entangle these invaders, but the huge difference in numbers still allowed more than 200 young gods to get away with it. There were no cultivators of the same realm to target them, which gave them unlimited space. They were not swordsmen. They did not have strict discipline, nor did they have a mature cooperation system. The most important thing was that they did not have the ability to challenge those of a higher realm. This made the primordial spirit and yin gods feel very tired when dealing with the yang god invaders. In short, they did not have a firm combat goal. Once they set their sights on it, they would never change. Strength was not the same as combat effectiveness. It also required actual combat practice and a long period of self-confidence. In this regard, they were too far away from the 5-ring level, not to mention the sword vein. The advantage of hiding behind the scenes and scheming was that they would not get burned, but the consequences were that they were strong on paper. The plan was very good, but once they got serious, they would show their cowardice. Of course, this was under the calculations of countless old foxes in the alliance. It was not that they were too weak, but that their opponents were too strong. The blue sky sword vein could achieve their goals if they were determined to kill. This was because they had experience, trade-offs, confidence, a system, and a unique temperament formed over tens of thousands of years. They knew very well how to achieve their goals. He couldn't do the same. In the unpredictable battlefield, they only appeared to be very ruthless, while the enemy's bones were filled with viciousness. Amir Khan's decision was spread among the cultivators of Hung River. Through the Eternal River Scroll, which was not very clever, although it could not be done in real time under normal circumstances, it was still passed down. To Amir Khan and Salman Khan, their elegy did not have any good effect. Instead, it caused chaos among the Hung River cultivators. To spread such news in the middle of a war, one had to be extremely careful. One careless mistake and the morale of the army would collapse. Touching words also had to be adapted to the environment. It wasn't appropriate in a war. War required blood. He needed encouragement. Even lies were needed. If it was Qing Yangzi who was in charge of such a retreat, he definitely wouldn't mention something like "you guys go first and I'll cover for you guys." He would only say that there were strong reinforcements coming from the outside. "We'll fight our way out and coordinate from the inside." When the reinforcements were nowhere to be seen, he would change his words. "Let's fight poison with poison. Let's go to the nearest Fu Chen's nest." All of these were actually running away. But you couldn't admit that this was the psychology of war. No one could teach you this, and no ancient books could teach you this. You could only learn it yourself in the war. Of course, the sword vein did not need to do this, so they had fewer people. When the tens of thousands of Hung River cultivators had two thoughts, the pressure on the alliance was even lighter. There would always be those who cherished their lives. There would always be those who valued their own path of cultivation, and there were many of them. Without the iron and blood token, those who retreated would be killed. How many people could you expect to be willing to die? Amir Khan and Salman Khan felt that they were old and had lived enough, but there were many people here who had not lived enough. Even the commander admitted defeat and placed his hopes on the distant and unknown future. What would the cultivators below think? Amir Khan had an outstanding personality, great strength, and enough long-term strategic vision, but this did not mean that he was a competent commander on the battlefield. No one was omniscient, and omnipotent. Reading the art of war would never make a commander. This position needed experience. You needed to fight, even if you failed. Then you needed to accumulate in blood and fire. Hung River lacked this. They were good at camouflage and concealment. They had hidden for tens of thousands of years and had never experienced a large-scale war. How could the cultivators' data on paper represent their true strength? This was the reason why the old foxes of the Alliance had resolutely invested all their forces, because they knew that even if there was no chance at the beginning, an opportunity would appear as they fought. The unpredictable battlefield would cause the opponents who had not experienced war for tens of thousands of years to misjudge. This was almost inevitable. As long as they could survive the initial period. So they waited for a few months to let the people of Hung River think that they were at their wits' end and were forced to act rashly. The 3 young spirits who went in and were killed were also part of the psychological inducement. Of course, there were always such unlucky people who couldn't see the evil intentions of the old foxes and were hot-blooded. In the end, as long as they were not particularly close to them, they were allowed to go in. Waiting was not doing nothing. It was also a smart strategy. In the end, The young man from Henghe boundary who could not see the situation clearly came. He waited for the young man from interior realm to come. He waited for a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. Victory could also be obtained through waiting. Believe it or not, these old foxes used living facts to teach everyone a lesson, not only the people of Heng River, but also the young half-immortals. Feeling that something was not right, Lu Xiaoyi finally found Qing Yangzi in the long scroll of the Eternal River. The old man was dawdling with a Heng River Yang spirit. Lu Xiaoyi did not say anything and went up to attack fiercely, slashing the Yang spirit several times. The Yang spirit knew that something was wrong and immediately fled. This was a good choice because he could still help if he went to other places to find other opponents. If he persisted here, he might not be able to survive the next slash. Qing Yangzi chuckled. Little Yi, you're too rash. You can still play. Friendship first, life and death second. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Old man, I don't believe you can't see that they haven't shown their strength at all. I don't know what happened, but I'm afraid there will be changes next. Qing Yangzi smiled. Where else can they change? They are just running away. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. These old foxes even hid it from him. Old man, you have arrangements outside? Qing Yangzi said slowly, there isn't much of a setup. Just 37 Chang Shu and 28 Dao Jiao. I will release them one by one and let them go slowly. I want to see how many of them will be left in the end. Little Yi, when you go to the void, you young people should put in more effort. I am not as old as I used to be. This old waste. Looking at the old man's cunning smile, he knew that this was the old man's revenge for him and Qing Xian saying that the old man was stingy. This old man was really a good-for-nothing. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.